Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Let me get one more thing, folks. Let me plug my computer in because we don't want to go out in the middle of the show. This is the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Basically, bring you another exciting edition. Like we had a knockdown, drag out show last night. Like I told you, I told you last night. I said, things are gonna get hot. Things get heated, and it did get heated last night. As always, we have the hot topics and everything like that that gets people talking. No matter what you say, this show is very engaging. That's what I like to do. I like to engage the public about interesting conversation and debate and discussion. That's what I do. And that's what I do. I'm interested in this. And I want to see who else is interested in this because, like I said, I started this because as a protest to the buffoonery and the neo-minstrel culture in mainstream Black America. Now a good part of social media, the bullshit, the cooning, the buck dancing, is now online. I can't go. I was watching a thing. I was scrolling on my TikTok timeline, not TikTok, Facebook timeline, and tell me why I get a fucking sexy red video. And it's like this is what I understand. Okay, I don't know. I think I like something, right? And when you look at thing, I don't ask for none of this stuff. Why do friggin' people put this stuff on my time? Let me see. Let me scroll through my timeline. Scroll to my timeline. Stuff I do not want to see. The reels thing that they have up here. I don't want to see this stupid stuff. Dumb shit and everything like that. I don't want to see this nonsense. And so basically, I'm scrolling down. Advertisements I don't want to see. Oh yeah, what's that one girl? Oh yeah, Irene Carroll. Somebody put a thing up. This is stuff I want to see. Somebody put a picture of Irene Carroll up here. I said, that's beautiful, man. I said, okay, thank you for that.
Look, listen up.
Okay. Let's see. I'm scrolling down. What? Something about Ray Charles, I don't know.
In 1942,
George Carlin, I don't really want to see that, I go down here, somebody putting some ramen noodles under a microscope. I don't want to see that, I'm scrolling down.
Man comes into the gym, hopped up on the kung fu fantasy and challenges Clark Kent Burley. You want to know what happens?
So quality call center.
Be sponsored by the.
I'm like, look at this fucking stupid shit, I'm sitting there scrolling down. I seen a video today. I don't know if I'll play on the show. These Africans were eating a rat, man, a fucking live rat, man. It was disgusting. They're putting it on a thing. Couldn't even wait to freaking cook the thing, for God's sake. They start eating a live rat, licking his head. It's just fucking disgusting. But that's what people want us to return to, Kala, man. You got to get in touch with your roots, Kala, and whatnot, grab a rat off the field and put him on a plate and whatnot. That's the African way and whatnot. You got to do the African way, man. Shut the hell up, That's what people tell me that when people start telling me about Ubuntu and people start telling me about the fucking get in tune with the fucking African spirit. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, So I'm like, so this is what we're talking about. So all the stuff that foolishness that goes on, whether it's in a Pan-African Black nationalist world or where, I don't want to see it. That's why I said I wish we had a social media site of our own that I don't have to listen. That I know that 90% of the stuff that I might see are people like me, like-minded, intelligent, that got stuff to say and everything. I am so sick and tired of being linked with fools. Look, with social media, the whole idea is you're supposed to be around people of like-minded. You can shut yourself off from society and everything. But now society is all on your friggin' timeline. They're in your push notifications everywhere. So there's no escape, It wasn't like that years ago when 20 something years ago when I got on MySpace. It was like, okay, I could go online, I go in these different chat. We had back in the days, the 90s and stuff like that. You was in chat rooms, right? There were private chat rooms. You had to be invited in, and you only spoke to people that you have something in common with. But this stuff where random people are just having access to people they don't know, it's obscene. You know, I would even say that at the expense of myself online. You know, I really don't like it. I don't really like that. I don't like me. I don't push my content on anybody. Like I say like, share, subscribe. You can. If you're not, that's fine too. You know, I don't want to push my narrative on somebody that may not want to listen to what I have to say. That's the whole thing about me. When I'm not gonna go around spamming people, telling people, "Oh yeah, you gotta listen to me." You know, no, I don't believe in that. You know, I believe the people that want to listen to me will find me, we'll cross paths, and that's it. We'll have a conversation and we'll do what we got to do. But this idea that you have to be out there pushing your agenda and pushing your ideas on somebody and stuff like that, you don't give people a chance to reject you or opt out or whatever like that. Well, let me give you something. When we do in my business, right? We set emails, right? And my software for my business. Oh, why it didn't work today? I think I don't know what the hell. I got to check it out. They have a thing when you're sending text messages to people. They have what we call opt-out button, right? That basically gives people the chance to say, "I'm opting out of this. Don't send me any more texts." That alerts you that when you pull that number up again, don't send this text because this person opted out. You know, is any opt-out button when a fucking thing? I guess you could stop, block people, or whatever like that, but stuff like that. But the bottom line is, I think people have too much up thing. I should not know who Sexy Red is. Should not know who half these buffoons are. I don't give a damn about what's going on with Shannon Sharp. You know, I see his freaking dumb buffoon face up there. Oh yeah, I got under these charges, nigga. Look, you were on TV talking about some sex pill, and you were talking about sex parties and all so at your age and everything. And then when you get with a 20-year-old girl, you should not even be in a company of a 20-year-old white girl. You know, there's nothing you need to be talking about or say in the company of a 20-year-old white girl, a 20-year-old girl, and particularly a white girl. So now he's on there. Oh, give me the benefit of the doubt when I know, nigga. We heard. Look, I knew this was gonna happen. Now you try to say, oh, it's because he's black. Now you want to pull the black card, Shannon. You want to pull a black card. You out there swirling with all these things. I know Omar Johnson must be having a field day with this shit. He over of us rallying behind stupid causes. Black people are standing down. Really, I'm proud of Black America right now. All these crazy people out here vandalizing shit all over the Tesla building. We're not involved with that shit. We're not involved with any of this stuff. It's not black people. It's fucking crazy ass white people. Because this is what happens. We always get blamed for shit that we didn't benefit from or we didn't cause. George Floyd situation, the whole riots of 2020 were mostly white kids and white liberals and whatnot. They were rioting everything, but who got to pay the bill? We, because we out there, we don't know when to shut up and whatnot. And when they out there rioting and stuff like that, they get to go back to their white society. You get the chance to sit there and know that, yeah, you know, I was on camera. I made my community look bad and everything because you're a minority group, you know. So this is what we're saying. I like how now that all these protests going on, you do not see any black people out there, and that's good. We're standing out. In other words, basically, we realize that we've been marching, protests, and not a damn thing changed. So it's time to just say, you know something, it is what it is. And that leads me to the topic of tonight. You know, there's a major confrontation that's black people have to make a decision. Now, this is going to be very, very controversial topic tonight, right? Ibrahim Traore versus Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump is pro-America. You got to be down with America. That's it. And he's offering black people an opportunity to be part of this in his outreaches and stuff like that, you know? People are saying, yeah, we should put spirit, but has Ibrahim Traore, the new Sahel Federation, Have they formally reached out to Black America? The answer is no. Do we have any tracts of land? Do we have areas we could develop? Do we have any of that, you know? And they'll be, let's say if they do reach out to somebody, right? You know who's going to be beneficiary? Someone like Dr. Arkan. We don't even in a position. Black America is so pathetic. We don't even have representation to these bodies like the Sahel States Union, ECOWAS. Who speaks for Black America in these areas, right? You know who speaks for Black America? Anybody who gets a fucking YouTube following and gets out there and says, "Oh yeah, I represent diaspora." Look, when you say diaspora, that could be anybody. It could be somebody from fucking Chad that lives in France. He's part of the so-called diaspora. No, when we say diaspora, what I'm saying is, I'm talking about the African American who's been in the United States, because we have things in the United States. We're basically embedded in the United States. To uproot us is going to take more than just fucking saying, "Oh, we offer y'all a passport." I'm not Dynasty Samir. We're talking about, oh, a passport, you know? That's not enough. You know, if you're going to uproot a group of people that's so entrenched in embedded in the United States, you got to give us something. And I have not seen Ibrahim Traore do that. So whatever happens to him is against Donald Trump is going to be his own. But people are not going to like when I say that. I'm going to emphasize that tonight. What happens in the Sahel, Niger, and all these countries, Chad, and all these people who are challenging the West and stuff like that is not our fight. It's not on us, because we have not formally been invited to participate. We just, oh yeah, you go Black. But that's the whole thing Africans do. They basically have nothing that they get. It's like you got so much land over there, so much everything. They wouldn't even miss it if we had land, territory, and was able to build something. Then we have a stake on the continent, right? We have absolutely no stake in Africa. We own nothing. We control nothing and everything. So what the hell do we basically, ain't a general report? Look, let me tell you something, Principe. Let me tell you, Principe, right? That AA general is working for AFRICOM, which I don't agree with. I don't like it and everything. But the reality is there is no alternative, right? Where is the African version of AFRICOM that he could go to? So he's going to go to who's paying him, you know? So it doesn't matter. I'm rocking with the USA. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm rocking with the United States until there's a functioning Afghanistan. That's the only thing that's going to fucking change my opinion about this. I don't give a flying fuck about none of these African countries. I don't, you know, and you can take that to the friggin' bank. I don't give a damn if fucking Donald Trump blows these fucking countries off the fucking map, to tell you the truth. Long as if we don't, we're not going to benefit from this shit after all these centuries, and we don't get a state of our own, whatever like that, we have nothing. Africa's want to push everything but us. They're going to let the Chinese take over the continent and everything. What the fuck do I care about what happens to them, you know? That's the way. That's my price right there. Blood and soil. That's what I want, you know? That's my price. That's a good comment, Duxley, brother. You know, that's the number one comment of the night. You know, he goes, I'm rocking with the United States until there's a folks. This is what I need. I need more brothers like this. I need more brothers like this who think like this, who's going to rock with college answers. I'm sick and tired of fake people, phonies and clowns that I'm dealing with right now. You know, I want people to think like this. I'll rock with the United States until there's a functioning. Yeah, that's the way it is. Got to be. Other than that, we're just playing games. This is playtime. We're just playing games with this Pan-African Black nationalism. What the hell do we get out of this shit? Why would you offer evidence to unorganized group? No, look, the bottom line is he puts that out there and says, you know something? We got a few thousand square miles of gold-rich territory, oil. He just, from what I hear, Burkina Faso just discovered oil on that. We're gonna give you access to oil blocks, everything to get started, and everything like that. That'll be your land. Blah 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 blah. He would get millions of people from the United States supporting them, want to go there and want to build, but there's nothing on the friggin' table, you know. And our people are too good to be sitting there kissing Africans' ass. I'm sorry. So the bottom line is this: I wish he's a great leader and everything, but when you go and talk about Donald Trump, we are not going to start no conflict inside the United States with no white MAGA people and whatnot, put ourselves in danger and whatnot, you know, for people who haven't put anything on the table for us in Africa. That's just the way it is, you know. So this is an interesting topic tonight. I want people to call in tonight, give me your opinion. You don't have to agree with me. But I just want to hear people's opinion. Hey, what's up, Frenchie? I want to hear people's opinions tonight, about this, because this is very serious, because I heard Diane Samir doing a show like Ibrahim Traore giving how you going to talk about citizenship? You ain't got no land, no resources, no money and stuff like that. I like my brother Dynas, man, but it's like, dude, man, I know you're smarter than this, How you going to talk about fucking passports and you fucking... Do you understand that the United States is about to shut down embassies all through Africa? And I know Burkina Faso is going to be one of them. That means you cannot fucking access a country from the United States. How are you going to fly there? How are you going to get there? How are you going to return back to the United States? Are you ready to live there permanently? Do you have anything set up? Do you have jobs? Do you have farmland? Do you have industries? Do you have anything set up? No. Because all people do is sit on YouTube all day. YouTube is the dumbest thing, like this, Yeah, so, Frenchie, I'm on the side of until Africa gives us a way out of America, which is an Afghanistan, right? I have to side with the United States. That's just the way it is, I'm not getting in no conflict or telling nobody get no conflict with no friggin' the country I live in, country I pay taxes to, the country that protects me, whatever like that, and provides me, for a country that basically does not give a fuck about me. That's friggin' African countries. I live here. I have a business here. I have a successful business here. So I got a stake in this country. My family's here, I'm not a fool, I'm not going to be a fool for Africans, We black people in America have been fools for so many years. Them days are changing. That's why the ADOS FBA movement is growing, and I can't be mad at them on certain things. Yeah, we do act like fools when it comes to Africans put nothing on the table for us, right? You got Nigeria. How come there's no African Americans that a lot of African Americans have are come from that area, from Nigeria over to Angola, but how many African American businesses have interest in the oil blocks off the coast? That's where the rich oil area is, from Gabon to Angola. All these places are oil. How come we're not in the oil industry? What do we have in Africa that way? How come we don't have any gold? A lot of us were snatched off land that had gold on it, right? How many gold fields, mining companies do we have? Do we have anything? We lost everything in the transatlantic slave trade. And everything in Africa is gimme. Support us. Look, I'm like this. If I have anything to do with it, I'm saying, look, Africa's, you're on your own. You're on your own. Yeah, I've tried. We all tried, Frenchie. We're going to go into that tonight. I have Mr. Rosenthal. He goes to every African country. We bull the African boy. We have more African Americans on the African continent. And I was in Liberia. When I was in Liberia last month, I talked to my good friend Val Thomas, right? And he was like basically saying that he does trade missions to all parts of Africa. His office is in Liberia. We don't have an elite principal. We don't listen to fucking elites. Those are people that are propped up by themselves. They don't represent black people. We don't have elites in our culture. Anyway, he just basically told me the challenges of doing business in Africa. He says Africans feel like they're threatened. He brings people over there to Africa when he builds trade. We got a trade mission coming to Liberia in July. But he says it's so friggin' hard because Africans have no interest in basically dealing with black people. They don't like dealing with each other. Africans basically only like dealing with white people, Chinese people, whatever. I say all the time, I told my Angolan partners, right? I said, you guys have enough money. Angola gave Portugal $35 billion, loaned Portugal $35 billion. I told my Angolan, bro, how come your government doesn't invest in countries like Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone? There's no relationship between African countries. The only time Africans come together is when we bring them together. As we black people in America, there's no interest in black Africans really working together to build a continent or build themselves up or to eliminate poverty and stuff like that, work together for the most part. So therefore, so when we come over there, a lot of us expecting to see Pan-Africanism. And look, the bottom line is in America and the West, black men do business. We get the door slammed in our face. For years, it's hard to get into America because, white people just tell you, no, I'm sorry, I can't do business with you. I can't do this, whatever like that. But we thought that we go to Africa, it'll be a different story, that people that look like us are gonna be saying, yes, come in. That's my brother. Let's build and whatnot. I got skills, but the bottom line, that's not happening. I am not sick of pretending it does. People say, "Why have you done any business in Liberia?" I have not seen any serious outreach or serious opportunity. I'm not going to tell you there's all this opportunity in Africa because I know it's a lie. It is what it is. Africa is just not ready for us. So I'm saying to myself, hey, look, if that's the case, then okay. When the United States is talking about shutting down embassies and stuff like that, we only have the political will to say, something, we're going to try to block down Trump doing what he's doing, because we basically have no ties to the continent anymore. Really, it's sad. Over the years, this is what happened. Principally, we have no fucking leadership. I'm a leader. I go look. I have more connections in Liberia than most so-called politicians in America. I got more connections around the African continent. I introduced Mr. Rosenthal to government officials in the continent. There's people I know in my network just online. People I just know online. So yeah. Oh, Dark Meagle says, Frenchie, how you are doing? I'm glad to see my moderators getting along. Y'all love each other. Who knows, man? Y'all might make a love connection. Look, it ain't random black people. Let me tell you something, Principe. You moron, you imbecile, I got my partner, Mr. Rosenthal. Matter of fact, I'm gonna see if I can get him on tonight. Hold up, folks. I'm gonna see if I can get him on the show tonight. My partner, Mr. Rosenthal, will be on in a minute. Now this man travels all over the continent. We're not putting up African gold bullion banks. Mr. Rosenthal will be on in a minute. Now this man travels all over the continent. We're not putting up African gold bullion banks. He does African gold bullion banks all over the continent. So when people like Principe say, "What are we doing?" We got plenty of people all over the continent doing stuff. But it's hard to get Africans to motivate it because we're on two different levels, So the whole thing is, as the Africans drag their feet with us, you know, this is what's happening, you know. You know, so it is what it is, you know. It is what it is. So we gotta basically Elsa, I'm gonna put the link in the chat, you know, for people who wants to log in. You know, if Mr. Rosenthal wants to come on. But yeah, so tonight's show is there's a showdown between Africa and the United States, right? The Congo has made its choice, right? It's gonna rock with Team Donald Trump, and they'll benefit from that, you know. There's still black people. I'm like this, you know. I would love to be like black, get it black, black to the power, screw the white man, screw Trump, whatever like that. But the reality is, Africa has never given us this chance to be on its side and to prop it up. You know, they saw pretty much Africa sees us as their enemies. You know, you see when as we got people like Elvis and Zongo. You know, that's the sentiment of most Africans. You know, they see us as the enemy. Black America is the enemy. You know. Oh yeah, Chantel. I don't know where Chantel's at. She's still around. She got a Colonation 2 at channel and a Colonation commentary channel, you know. She's around. She be in here. She be in the chat room, but she's on a different name. So it is what it is, you know. Well, I don't know what it is. I just think Africans are just not educated on geopolitics. They don't know where they fit in the world. I don't get it. That's why I said not having education is freaking dangerous. You know, they don't really know how they fit in the world. Asians had a gauge of a gauge and the scope of what the world was about. That's how they was able to challenge the West and win. You know, Africans still don't get it. They still think the West is their friend. They still don't understand. People don't understand something. You know, if you go to like parts of Ivory Coast, right? And Guinea, people say, oh, look at all that land out there. But you know, all that land is still under control of French corporations who basically monetize. Same thing with the Cameroon. That's why they don't want the English-speaking Cameroon to break away, because then the French will lose control over that territory. When people control territory, they can monetize it, you know? And that's why the wars like the Vietnam happened, Indonesia, is control of territory. Land is everything. When you control land, right? You control everything in that land. You control from the core of the earth to the thing. Everything that goes in the atmosphere, the ecosystem, you control. You know, the only country in West Africa that was never under that sort of control was Liberia. You know, because it was never colonized. You know, so Liberia is the only real chance Black people in America really have as far as like settle and stuff like that. Burkina Faso, okay, how that plays out, I don't know. They're recently saying they're gonna take all the land, everything like that, nationalize all the land in the country. You know? Yeah, I know. I got weirdos in the show. Yeah, we know we got some weirdos. You know, that's a yo, Frenchie. I guess you didn't like what Adama was saying about Cameroon. Those Cameroon. I said, oh my God, Frenchie's gonna hear this. I was like, oh my God, you're gonna get it, Adamas. You know, like, you know, those Cameroonian women, like, yo, man, like all Cameroonian women think the same, man. Come on, Lord have mercy. We got to stop with this generalization shit. You know, generalizing people, and you don't know every Cameroonian woman. You know, you don't know everybody. You know, that was a weird. Oh my God, man. The fun never ends. The fun just never ends. You know. But yeah, so you know, yeah, the bottom line is why would they give it? France needs Africa to be where it is, this colony for the next 300 years, right? You know? So the bottom line is this. If people don't understand something, when you look at the map of French West Africa, let's see, Francophone Africa. Let me pull up a map, maps, Francophone Africa. Francophone Africa. Here are perfect countries. Let me see a perfect map. That's a perfect map. Let me get this up here. This folks is Francophone Africa right there. See that big swipe of land? The French control everything. That vast land is monetized. French currency is based on everything that goes on in that vast territory. Now, do you understand what I'm talking about? Why is French are in Africa? All that vast territory from Senegal all the way to Chad down to the Congo, right? That's all French Africa. French Africa. The French currency is the backbone of all this whole entire region. The French language, the French culture, everything like that is controlled through Paris. Without this, France would be a third world country. They control this area right here through language. That's the one thing they do. They colonize you. They colonize you by language. That's France. That's not the Congo. That's not Ivory Coast. Knowing that is France's backyard. That's French territory. That's the reality. They propped up these so-called African governments and again told you that these places are independent nations. They were never independent. They were never. In fact, during so-called independence, they actually dug down. They actually solidified their power in the African continent. That's reality, And so this is the reality of what we're talking about. And the bottom line is this: the U.S. Wall Street banks bankroll all this. This is why Donald Trump is basically saying, look, if France loses all this, it can't pay. It's going to be another Vietnam situation where it can't pay back all the money and the credit that is borrowed to develop this area and stuff like that, So if you think you're going to get your independence absent paying all that money back to the roads, infrastructure, and all the stuff like that, the mines, the gold, all stuff like that, you are sadly mistaken. This right here is going to trigger the war of Armageddon. I know it. It's going to lead into the next world war, because this was the major conflict. Because you have Russia, China, and all these other powers moving in. It's going to be a direct conflict with the West. The West is not going away. They have to recoup everything they invested in these areas right here. From Cameroon to Ivory Coast, Benin, Togo, Guinea, Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, all these things out, even to the Congo, because let me tell you something. I thought the Congo was Belgium, The Belgium, let me tell you something. I was in Brussels, Belgium. Belgium is a derelict country that shouldn't even exist, right? Half the population of French, half the population of Dutch, right? It's not a real country, just a King Leopold. And the bottom line is this: you could say Belgium and France are one country, for the most part. And then you got Netherlands part of it too, So the bottom line, even though it was the Belgian colony, it's actually the French. The French are the muscle behind the Belgian, And the United States is a great bank. Wall Street is a great bankroller. While we're making money in America through and also doing slavery and all stuff like that, the money made off of Black America, right? Bankroll these European powers to go into Africa and take it over. Do you understand why I'm the college genesis? Why no one's going to educate you like this on this platform? That I'm the only person you should be listening to as far as like geopolitics. I'm the culture critic and geopolitical pundit. This is what I do. I understand this. So therefore, if we're talking about geopolitics, right, we have to make a geopolitical move, right? If we're here, right here, we understand we live in the United States, the Western Hemisphere, right? We live under the rule of the United States. We're not some sixth region of the African Union. The African Union is a joke, right? This is what preempts the African Union, everything like that. This Francophone zone, and if you put the Anglophone zone. Now, look, I'm only telling you part of it, right? Now, people don't understand something. This is just Black Africa. France also is Morocco, Algeria and Tunisia. That's also part of French Africa. So between North Africa all the way down to the Congo is a French territory. In Morocco, the main language people speak is French. People don't know that it's French. Yeah, if Africans with the war, yeah, I'll be proud of them. Yes, I would. I would be proud of them. But when you have a war, you have to have an end game. You can't just have a war just to have a war. You got to have an end game. But if Africa with a war, you got to fight. You got to fight to win. And you got to have an end game strategy. And I don't see when Africans talk about it. You can't talk about a war and Africa, your best and brightest keep coming to the West and stuff like that. You got to talk about building infrastructure. You got to have a revolution in Africa. And the revolution, biggest revolution is linking the whole entire Black race up, like Marcus Garvey said, No. Look, let me tell you something, Person P. I hate to break this to you. All the land in Africa, right? In that area like that, basically is under the French monetary zone, because Africans don't have an independent banking system, Their banking system is tethered to the French, So Africans basically have to monetize how they borrow and get money is they basically monetize land. Land is the biggest commodity monetized. That's why you can't just go to any part of Africa and own land. Right? Like even if you go to places like Ghana, you can lease land. What they don't tell you is, although it's leased land and so-called chief have, you can lease it from it. The land is really owned by international banks that the government of Ghana, Ivory Coast are indebted to. That's the reality. That's why they don't sell you land outright in these countries. When you look, if you have a deed to a property, all you people have never owned a house before, you own it outright. You only pay your taxes to property taxes, and that's it. You can sell it, whatever you want to do with it. But you basically, if you lease the land, you don't own it. You just basically renting a plot, and so whoever owns the land and whatnot is the only one that can get loans from the bank or whatever like that. So. We have to basically tell what it is, tell what it is. So, okay. Hold up, folks. I got to take a call. This is what we're talking about. This land right here, this right here. Yeah, the bottom line is same thing with Haiti, to Haiti at least try to pay back the land that thing. It's still paying back debt to the French because French have a claim on Haitian land. Once these imperial countries have a claim on your land, you have to pay them back forever. And the African country will never pay this back because it's so far in debt. That's what you have. What do you mean by debt slavery? This is why we're trying to build the African Bullion Bank. And I should have my friend, Mr. Rosenthal, calling in any second now. Expect Mr. Rosenthal. We're trying to turn this around. And the only organization, the group that's trying to fight this geopolitically is the Genesis, is the Black African Infrastructure Organization, is my partner right here, Mr. Rosenthal. Let me hold up. I got to give him a grand entrance, I I gotta give him a grand interest. I can't just get him on. I gotta give him a grand interest. I gotta give him a proper entrance. Okay. All right. Okay, hold up. Has Mr. Rosenthal.
Yes, good evening.
I'll give you your applause.
Am I conducted now?
All right, folks. Welcome, Mr. Robert Rosenthal of the Rosenthal. First of all, he's going to tell you who he is, what he does, and some of his background, and what he's doing in Africa. Welcome, Mr. Rosenthal, to the Collar Nation. What's going on? First time on the show. Last time you was on Bomani show with us a couple years ago, but this is the first time you're in Collarland. And don't be a stranger here. You're welcome anytime.
Well, thank you. The last time I was on your show, I was in Kinshasa, Congo.
Yeah, that was on Bomani show. Yeah, like 2 years ago.
Yes, it was. Well, now I'm back in the United States. I was in Africa in May and June of last year, in Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. Now I'm back in the USA. To give a quick background, after I got out of the U.S. Air Force, I worked for the federal government and then went to work for the U.S. Department of Defense as a senior staff manager for the Army Corps of Engineers, where I learned how to do large-scale projects. In America, most of the larger projects are conducted by the Army Corps of Engineers, building of federal buildings, water control, huge projects, power system, nuclear power plants, all of those things comes under the auspice of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. After the Army Corps of Engineers, I started a bank in Jackson, Mississippi, and did a marvelous job at providing loans to African American and small business. And we actually raised home ownership 13% in 2 years. Then I went to work for the G7 and the United Nations. After a brief work with the United Nations, I became disgruntled with how the United Nations treat African countries. And I got a few people from IMF, the World Bank, a few ministers of finance, and we started the Rosenthal Group, which is an international engineering, development, and finance company. After we started that, we saw African countries had problems paying for large-scale projects. So we brought that same group again and went to New York and stayed 2 weeks at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel and put together with Goldman Sachs the Gold Bank, which is called the Bullion Bank of Africa. And now that is what I'm basically working with. And the Gold Bank is a simple operation. We take gold and use it as collateral to generate money to do large-scale projects in African countries. So basically, that's what my primary mission is now. And the Rosenthal Group is the management arm of the Bullion Bank. So right now, we're in the process. The first bank was opened in Angola. In Angola, we built 10,000 houses, high-quality houses with humanitarian funds, where people didn't pay the full price of the house. They only paid 20% of their annual income, and with humanitarian funds, it subsidized the rest of the houses. So if you had a small income, you may be living beside of a person. Let's say if you make 40,000 a year, and your neighbor's making 100,000 a year, you could live in identical same houses because you'd only pay 20% of your annual income, and the humanitarian funds picked up the rest of it. But right now, we are moving more into industrial parks with manufacturing, processing, and assembly plants. For 32 years, China's families could only have one child. And if you were 32 years ago, now you would be in your 60s. So the problem is that majority of the Chinese population are over 50, and people over 50 find it difficult to work 8 to 14 hours a day in factories. So that leaves a golden opportunity to bring industrialization to African countries. So the Gold Bank is focused on industrializing Africa so that they could gradually move away from the atrocity of Chinese financing. So that gives you a background, what we are doing, where we are, and how we are doing it now.
That's amazing. I remember when we did the we call it Natural Resource Bank and the Gold Bank of Angola. That was back in 2017, as I remember. Remember? And,
Yeah, that's correct.
That was 2017, and then we had the Santos left, and you had to abruptly leave Angola, as I recall. But you still the gold. You're saying the Natural Resource Bank and the Gold Bank is still functioning in Angola, right?
Yes, but we have combined it all into the bullion bank. Bullion means a gold bar. The Natural Resource Bank at that time was handled by Celeste, and the Gold Bank was handled by me. We were in the same building. It was a $20 million building in Angola.
I'm gonna try to find that building so people can see what we're talking about. That was a nice building, beautiful building. I can't wait to my goal is to get to Angola. That's why I want to establish myself in Liberia, because I'm trying to build a pipeline between Liberia and Angola. My goal is to get to Angola, eventually. That's my real goal. People want to know.
Well, there are a lot of African Americans have high apprehensions about going to Africa. But if you go to Angola and the capital city is Luanda, and go to the city square and just sit there for 2 or 3 hours, it's not unusual to see a black person sitting on the back seat of a Rolls Royce or a large Mercedes with a chauffeur. They probably have more millionaires in Angola per 100,000 than any city in Africa. Opportunities are wide open for African Americans in management, banking, and finance. Angola has the largest diamonds in the world. They rank number 2 of having the most oil in Africa. A lot of gas, gold, copper, uranium, titanium, coltan, and rare earth elements. One of the rare earth elements is called coltan, and it is very popular because you have to have it to make electronic circuit boards like flat screen TVs, computers, tablets, cell phones. So the management of these resources is wide open to African Americans who have skill, education, and knowledge in management.
Yeah, that's what I said. I can't wait to get there, because I know that's going to be a real game changer as far as Adama. I'm sorry, you can't come on tonight, bro. Sorry. Only certain people can talk to Mr. Rosenthal. I'm sorry. I can't let everybody come up here and talk to Mr. Rosenthal. Sorry. This is a very guarded show tonight. It's a serious show, serious topic, and everything like that. And so I want to know more about as you know, I'm basically interested in Liberia. But I said the reason why I'm interested in Liberia because that's going to give me the pipeline to Angola, Zambia, and all these other countries. I need to establish. I'm known in Liberia. I think you should meet Val Thomas. Right, he's doing a trade mission in July. They're doing. There's a representative. Texas state representative is African American guys bringing a trade mission to Liberia, and he's also Val Thomas basically tried to do a trade mission in Angola, but what happened was this USAID was cut by Donald Trump, so they had to abort it. So basically, what I like to do, he's has a consulting business, and he's African American from Texas. Remember Cynthia Blanford? Have you ever met her?
Yes.
That's his wife,
Okay.
And she's his wife, And they're Blanford. They have a consulting office, and they do International Focus magazine. You should be featured in that magazine, And let's get this thing started because he told me, he's trying to pull another trade mission to Angola and do in Liberia and all these countries like that. So like I said, the Liberia trade mission is coming in July. And so basically, I would like to see you guys. I'm gonna try to link you two guys together.
No, that would be excellent. There's a gentleman. His last name is difficult to pronounce. His first name is George, but he went to Guinea, Conakry, last year with me. And we stayed there quite a while doing some projects in Guinea. Guinea is a very wealthy country, very close to Liberia. Right now,
they're building a railway. They're building a railway that Liberia. They're upgrading the railway that Liberia, one port, Buchanan, is going to be the main service to that subregion. From Guinea to it's going to give that part of Guinea access to the sea. And also Burkina Faso, Mali, and all these other people. So yeah, Liberia, if they get their act together and keep like this, they're like this. But Liberia's political situation is something else. If the wrong people get in there, then it's all going to collapse.
Well, this gentleman I mentioned, I'll put him on your WhatsApp so you can talk to him in Liberia. His name is George. I think you've already talked to Dr. Julius, who is going to move to.
Oh yeah, Julius Larry, yeah. I thought all the time the way he talked, right? I thought he was in Liberia. The way he talks, I thought he was in Liberia.
Well, he has been, but he has a few health issues right now. But as soon as he past that stage, we'll be going back there. And one of the vice presidents of the old administration is working with us to organize the small scale miners. We have a profit sharing program for small.
I got the perfect guy, two guys for you that you could work with.
I'll talk to
that organize. I just need to get these guys working. I have a BAO chapter in Liberia, and so the bottom line is I got a lot of guys on the ground, people who know all the miners and stuff like that, the small scale, large scale gold miners, diamond miners, whatnot, like dozens of them, all throughout the country and stuff like that. So organize them will be easy,
Well, right now, the biggest problem in not only Liberia, but several African countries are the small scale gold miners selling their gold way below market value because they don't have the outlets to sell the gold. And the racism in colonial European countries have made it almost impossible to melt the gold down and have it hallmarked or stamped where it can be put in trading programs. There's only one refinery in Africa that can do that, and it's in South Africa. Was built by the Bank of England. Burkina Faso just built a beautiful gold refinery, but it's not certified to stamp and hallmark bullion so they can go in trading program.
So
When I say trading,
we still doing the same thing, shipping the gold bullion to England, get it stamped, and bring it back to Africa, or put it in the Federal Reserve. We're still doing that.
yeah, but when the Africans try to do it, ship it to Switzerland, London, Hong Kong, Dubai, a lot of times they get caught up in gains that they don't have control over. For example, gold is selling right now a little over $90,000 a kg. Kg is roughly 2 pounds. If you break kilograms into pounds, it's roughly about 2 pounds, and it's worth $90,000. A lot of times people will tell them they will give them a big price for it. Once it gets to one of those countries, they offer them a substantial lower price, and it's better to take the lower price and take some money back than to bring all of the gold back with no money, because you have to pay for shipping, insurance, and you also have to pay a tax fee to get the gold out of the country. So if you bring it back, then all of that money is lost. Insurance and logistics can be very expensive. But we are offering profit sharing where we aggregate the small scale miners, and once they get 1,000 kgs of gold, in 90 days we pay them the full price of the gold, and then a year from that 90 days we pay them the second full price of the gold, and then a year from the second year we pay them the third time for the same gold. Then the gold belongs to the bullion bank. I'll send you that program on your WhatsApp.
Okay.
It's called profit sharing. The reason we can do that, I keep mentioning the word trading. Trading is a private placement trading program. The first program was used after World War II in 1945 and 46, and it was called the Marshall Plan. And the Marshall Plan was used to rebuild Europe. Unfortunately, the only African country has used the Marshall Plan is South Africa. South Africa was used by a group called the Oppenheimer family. And the Oppenheimer family, once they found out that you could get from 5 to 10 times the value of cash or gold by trading it, they moved to New York and started the Oppenheimer Fund. You've probably seen that advertised. It's up there with a lot of funds that are prevalent in the United States. But no other African country has been able to set up trading until we started it. And right now, our goal is to put trading programs in Congo, Uganda, Angola, Zimbabwe, and Kenya.
Yeah. I hope we could bring it to Liberia one day. Make my life easy. And we could
Liberia is in the works now, but up until now, corruption was so prevalent in Liberia, it was extremely difficult to do any kind of development there.
Yeah, this new administration is actually pretty good. You see, the highway from the airport is basically almost developed. So it's really, really, the country is really, really going.
What's doing real good in Liberia? There are about 8 diasporas. The one in Atlanta and Los Angeles.
Yeah, we know about that group. That group that came in last May.
There are 6 diasporas in America.
Yeah.
So what we are trying to do is aggregate all of the diasporas. In the diaspora, there are some very intelligent people, doctors, professional folks, who can make enough money to send back to Liberia to help develop it from a economic standpoint. The biggest literacy is a big problem in Liberia. There are about 30 people out of every 100 can read and write. So that creates a problem for Liberians also. That's why it's so easy to go in there and beat them out of the natural resources, diamonds, gold, cocoa, many natural resources that they have.
Exactly. Yeah. So, like I said, I think we're going the right track. We just need more. I just need more information so I can promote what you're doing on this platform, and other platforms, stuff like that. Pick you up because we got other channels that's in Africa. They don't talk about stories like yours and what you're doing, stuff like that. They just like focuses on foolishness and everything like that. I made this show to be a real serious platform and introducing people who's really doing stuff on the African continent, and you're one of them. And we look forward to your adventures. So this thing of what the Congo giving itself off to Donald Trump, what's your opinion on that?
Well, the reason what's really happening, if you can remember when cell phones first become prevalent in the 80s, you spend most time saying, "Can you hear me now? Are we still connected? Can you hear me now? Are we still connected?"
Right.
So when Samsung, Apple started buying rare earth elements, especially coltan, which they make circuit boards out of, from Congo, that disappeared because the voice came through very clear because of the high grade of coltan that they were getting out of Congo. So right now, not Russia, but China is getting majority of the rare earth elements out of Africa and stockpiling them. So the United States will have to spend a lot of money on it. The problem with private companies like mine going to Africa, the United States don't support us.
Right.
But when the Chinese go, Chinese government supports them. So I've been invited to come to China.
I want to dwell on that, what you just said. Everybody always say, "Why aren't y'all doing more in Africa?" Because the United States government does not support us. We're not part of that Wall Street thing that the United States is tethered to. Wall Street, I was saying earlier, Wall Street corporations for a century have been bankrolling the destruction of Africa and Asia. We're not part of that system. So let's say if we were part of that Wall Street loan system and stuff like that, exploitation, of course, the United States government would back us because they want to recoup their money. We're not. So basically, we don't have America's not going to support us the way the Chinese government support their people because they have a stake in it. They have something to gain from that. They have nothing to gain from seeing us in Africa. That's what we're up against. We're by ourselves. The fact that we're making this progress right without the United States is amazing.
Yeah, well, one of the difference in China and America, there are a lot of companies that are Chinese-owned, government-owned companies. Now, when you look at what recently is happening, Donald Trump has sent people from the Secretary of State's office to Congo to negotiate those rare earth elements. Rare earth elements are the elements that are going to determine the future. When you see about chips in cars, well, those chips are made from rare earth elements. When you hear about circuit boards to make flat screen TVs, robots, robotic machineries that are making automobiles, and AI is doing the industrial revolution for America. All of those things have to be made from rare earth elements. Trump has sent some of his people from the Secretary of State's office over there, but it's not open to all Americans. The way I see it is Trump want to become one of the richest men in the world like Musk. So he's using the United States as a piggy bank. And he is sending Musk people over there to talk to the people for making a deal. And it's really not the United States doing it. It's a handful of billionaires that are connected to Donald Trump.
Wow. Wow. Just learned something new.
Well, if you think back, when the United States was fighting Japan, and Japan was brutal with the kamikaze people flying their airplanes into ships and blowing them up on the sea, the United States were about to lose that war. So the United States had this German guy, Einstein, to come up with nuclear fusion to make the atomic bomb. They went to Congo and got uranium from Congo because it was a higher grade uranium, and they made the atomic bomb to bomb Nagasaki and Hiroshima in Japan. This is not a closed story. You can Google it on Google or DuckDuck, and you can see that where that uranium came from, because it's a higher grade uranium than what you get out of Arizona and New Mexico. So to look at Congo in a financial perspective, if we compare in-ground assets with GDPs, we could say the GDP of the United States is close to $30 trillion. Well, the in-ground asset of Congo is worth $38 trillion, which gives it between $8 and $9 trillion higher than the GDP of the United States. So with proper strategic and comprehensive management of natural resources, Congo could easily become richer than the United States. That's why a lot of eyes are focused on Congo. Many African Americans used to laugh when you say go to Africa, go to Congo, because they could only associate they made Tarzan movies in Congo. But if you look at the natural resources, gold, diamonds, when you look at diamonds, they're split in two categories. Industrial grade diamonds were made for bits and drilling and cutting through rocks and all of that stuff. And jewelry grade diamonds, which are usually made for jewelry. And lately, diamonds have been used as collateral to put in trading programs. Well, the Congo possess more natural resources than any country in the world, including the United States, China, and Russia. But when you look at Congo has $38 trillion of known in-ground assets. When you compare to other big, powerful countries, let's take Russia. Russia has a big bomb that they can scare people with, but when you look at the finance of Russia, it's about the size of California, $6 or $7 trillion. It doesn't rank up there with the United States or China. China's GDP would run somewhere under $20 trillion. So it has a long ways to go to catch up with the United States. But I've been invited to China to join BRICS because the Chinese value using gold as collateral, because the Chinese were getting sovereign guarantees from African countries. A sovereign guarantee is pledging your natural resources to get infrastructure work done. So the United States had the IMF and World Bank to ban African countries from issuing China's sovereign guarantees. That put China in a predicament of not knowing how to charge African countries for doing all of the infrastructure work. That's why we came up with using gold as collateral to generate the monies to do it. Give you an example. If I take some gold to Goldman Sachs and BlackRock are the largest two security companies in the world, not just in America. BlackRock is richer than 80% of the countries across the world. They will give me 80% loan to value on gold and hope I don't pay the money back. If I fail to pay the money back that they give me against the gold, that means they give me 80% loan to value. That means if I default, they can buy the gold at a 20% discount. So they are happy to put that money out, although they know it's going to develop Africa. In the past, most American countries would not invest in Africa, but since America's running short on natural resources and the whole world is turning to AI and rare earth elements, Africa has now become a target of the United States government and major corporations.
Wow. Wow. I didn't know that. I got to study more about this rare earth minerals and stuff like that. I hear them talking about it and everything like that. But, so it is what it is. You ever thought about what does the Angolan people think about that province of Cabinda in the north? That one province right there is oil rich. What you're on the inside of Angola. What do they think about that area?
Well, Angola has several provinces that is oil rich, and also recent discoveries by Chevron and Shell Oil has found huge oil and gas deposits in Namibia, which joins Angola.
Wow.
But when you look at the geography of Africa, Angola connects to Congo.
Yeah.
And the same land that runs from Congo with the same minerals runs into Angola. So Angola has $22 trillion worth of known in-ground assets. That make Angola extremely rich. While they focus more on oil, they do very little focus on the rare earth elements, copper, gold, and other very lucrative high value elements, because oil is very prevalent now. But in the next 25 years, oil will not be as valuable as it is today.
Exactly. They should do like Dubai, invest all that oil money in real estate, real in infrastructure. That's what Dubai did, invested in infrastructure and banking and stuff like that, move towards a service economy.
Yeah, well, Dubai and Saudi Arabia is doing investments in worldwide in every country, diversifying their investment, and they are making more money off of their investments than they have been making in oil.
Yeah, that's what Africa needs to do.
Yes.
Diversify and stuff like that, And I think we could put hands, that'll create opportunities for us.
There's opportunities for African Americans, because African Americans are more welcome in Africa than the white people are. There's a great distrust among white people and African folks because of colonialism.
Especially in a country like Angola. I mean, they're really serious about not seeing a lot of white people come back. They're really serious about that.
Well, recently, there are 14 French-speaking countries in Africa. Recently, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have joined forces, and Dr. Arikana is leading that group. Dr. Arikana is from Zimbabwe, who practiced medicine. She's a medical doctor in Nashville, Tennessee for 20 years before she went to the African Union. And because of the way France was running over African countries, she resigned and started her own organization. So now she's leading Burkina Faso, and Burkina Faso is leading the 14 African countries to break away from France. France is a horrible country when it comes to taking advantage of African countries. There have been many presidents of French-speaking countries have been killed by the French because they didn't do what the French wanted them to do.
Yeah, ignore these comments. These are clowns. These are people that don't like seeing other black people go to Africa. They come in my chat room. They think that basically we should be good Negroes in America and just work at McDonald's, don't do nothing. Now they understand this is a new day. We're staking our claim in Africa because we have a claim to the continent. So we're gonna be all over the continent doing what we want to do. You could basically they could bet on that. We're not stopping. Mr. Rosenthal and I known each other for like 13 years. And
Well, in the next 5 to 10 years, the billionaires and millionaires or more of the black millionaires and billionaires are going to come out of Africa
yeah,
because the opportunities and the natural resources are there.
Yeah, we could basically turn Africa into a paradise. We could turn the chapter, make Africa a paradise for young men to come there and build and stuff like that. That's what we want to do. We want to base like that. Let me open up, say anybody wants to come in and ask Mr. Rosenthal questions. Make your questions precise, brief. If you find out you're being disrespectful or just asking too many personal questions, you're gonna be eliminated. So be careful when you call
Well,
in.
that don't bother me. Everyone is entitled to his own opinion, whether they agree or disagree.
Right.
But when you look at uh, American cities, majority of them are old with old infrastructure,
Exactly.
very, very poor water, wastewater, sewer lines. Most of the electric power lines are above the ground. When it comes a tornado, strong winds, hurricane, the lights go off. But the new cities that they are building in Africa, the power grids are under the ground. The cities are new. The houses are new. Give you an example. Congo is building $8 billion city. Kenya is building a $15 billion city. All of these cities are superb to Chicago, New York. New York may have some buildings worth $1 billion just in those buildings in East New York by themselves. But overall, if you were building a road on the East Coast or in most major cities, and there's an old building, you have to make the road turn to go around that building. But when you build a new city, the roads are always straight. The power grids are underground. Transportation systems don't interfere with above ground transportation. Everything is new, and they are superb to American cities. So when people start thinking about, I remember when I first started going there, some of my relatives was telling me, don't get ate up by a tiger, hippopotamus, some of those wild animals. But when I go over there, I stay in Embassy Suites.
Yeah, that hotel you were staying in Congo is nice.
Oh yes, it was. It was a 6-star hotel. That's above Hyatt Regency 5-star hotel.
Mm. That hotel was nice. He was broadcasting from. It was really nice.
Yes.
So,
Well, you look at many cities in America, the infrastructure is gone. Bridges are falling in, water pipes are bursting, wastewater is gone, electric power grids are being blown down. The grids are on poles on top of the ground rather than being under the ground. So when you design and build a new city, it is superb to old existing cities who can't afford to update its infrastructure.
yeah, infrastructure is the most main thing. That's why we create the Black African infrastructure. We're saying we're going to build anything. Infrastructure has to be number one priority.
Yes, it is. Well, it's
Number
the number one priority in America. Biden tried to do trillions of dollars in infrastructure, but Americans, politicians don't care about America no more. It's just like uh, football teams, each one for itself. Democrats for Democrats, Republicans for Republicans, and the United States can go to hell as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, they don't. Remember that movie, remember History of the World Part 1? The Roman Senate, it was, they go, what do you think about the poor? I was like, raise your hand for fuck the poor. Fuck the poor.
Yeah.
Hell, so funny. All right, Marcus, what's going on? What's your question?
How y'all doing? How you doing, sir? I guess I just joined
Mr.
the chat.
Rosenthal. Mr. Rosenthal.
Most of
Yeah.
How you doing? So I think I don't really know what do you do? I'm new to the chat right now. I just joined.
Okay, it can be broke down in three categories:
Yeah.
engineering, development, and finance.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a real thing. He's a real thing. Rosenthal and I have been partners in Africa for like 13 years, you know, and I was the one who I think first introduced him to Africa.
Well, to
Liberia, you know, back in he went there before I did, back in 2012, you know. Nothing came out of it, but it was a learning experience, you know.
So if you mind me asking, what country should we invest in? What's safe?
Let me say this, right? When people say invest, first of all, we're trying to do is lay down the foundation. But Africa has to get on a good foundation as far as monetary infrastructure and stuff like that. You know, I don't think Black America, right? What Liberia and these African countries need is they need talent, you know, more than anything else. You know, talent. Yeah. You know, if you go to school and get your degree in banking, finance, and stuff like that, that's what Africa needs. You need to invest in yourself, your education, AI, and all stuff like that, technology and everything. If you come over there armed with technology, and also you got a network of people back in the States and stuff like that, you're doing the right thing, that you're plugged into your local community, because a lot of these countries need to set up sister city projects in the city you live in. You know, I tell people all the time, what city? In my keynote speech at the Liberia last year business conference, I said I want everybody to go back to the States and contact their city and form a sister city project with Liberia. You know, and we're gonna do a sister city project. Sister city projects are very thing because cities have. Remember something. Some cities in America have more wealth and power than the United States was in the 1800s. You know, so you got cities like Philadelphia. GDP is like is higher than most countries in the world. You know, New York City's GDP is $2 trillion. That's more than the entire African continent 3 times over. You know, so when you have sister city projects, they have resources, you know, that you could tap into. They want to look at new markets for goods and services and stuff like that, new opportunities. You know, that's how Black people in America can invest in Africa, by being an asset and your connections and stuff like that. You know.
All right.
You know, so go ahead, Baruti. Dollar Bill, what's your
Baruti? All right. This is Dollar Bill. How you doing, sir?
This is my partner, Dollar Bill, Mr. Rosenthal. You know,
how are you, Mr. Rosenthal?
Wonderful.
Hopefully, you'll both be on the tour with us next year. You know,
it's been great. You know, Kala talks very highly of you, and you know, I'm catching you guys on the tail end. But I want to know about educational opportunities in terms of education. You know, I could bring a contingent of people in terms of education. I'm an educator myself, over 25 years of experience. What type of education is needed in besides you know, electronics and such, and technology?
Basically, quite a bit of liberal art education is always appreciated, but if you specialize into some field that's connected to management or have experience in insurance, banking, marketing, just management itself, all of those things, you could make a lucrative living in Africa doing those things.
And so is it, I mean, I guess I would have to check. Is it, are they friendly to African Americans if we would be interested in going to Angola? I know a lot of our people have connections to the Congo and Angola.
Yeah, but how do you tell African American from African by looking at him? We all look the same,
Exactly.
except when you go close to the equator, they're a little darker than most Americans. But when you move away from the equator, uh, you can't tell the difference by just virtually looking at them. And then there are 12 English speaking countries. There are 14 speaking French countries. There are 3 speaking Portuguese countries. So the probably one of the most popular language is Swahili, which is difficult to learn. But most of the people in East Africa who speak Swahili, the educated ones speak English as well.
Right.
So if you have a skill, I mean, well, my first degree was in chemistry. My second degree was a BS in engineering management. And my third degree was a master's degree in international finance. And I have an international engineering company, development company, and finance company, which encompass the Gold Bank.
Right.
And Dollar Bill, check this out. Angola, all my partners in Angola tell me the number one thing they want in Angola is some educators who could speak English and teach English. You know, because Angolans want to move away. They tell me, Celestial tell me that they want to move away from the Portuguese. You know, Portugal, Brazil, and also not just Portugal, Brazil. I didn't know that there was tensions between Angola and Brazil. I did not know that. And so Celeste told me that. She said, yeah, the white Brazilians come over here using the Portuguese language and they steal from us. They take out diamonds, they take everything. They have these mega churches and all stuff like this. He says, I thought y'all do. He goes, Brazil offers us nothing, you know. Everything the wealth is here in Africa, you know. And I was like, wow, I didn't know that. She goes, yeah, a lot of Angolans want to be close to Black America. They really do, you know. They're like,
well, all of Africa, not all, but most of Africa, North Africa might not gravitate in that direction. Egypt and Morocco and those countries, but Brazil have more Black people than the United States have.
True.
So
those Black people don't make it to Angola. It's most of the white Brazilians that end up in Angola.
You know what I mean? They do have more, but we're the largest group that actually identify themselves as Black people.
Yeah,
right?
we are.
Some of them consider themselves, to be, I don't know, Creole or
not Creole,
or whatever,
like
mulattoes, or we happen to be the largest group of.
Well, that's because the white folks. That's because the white people definition of at first they classed it as Negroes. The definition of Negroes who have 1/4 of Negro blood, and some of the Senator Long said 1 drop of Black blood, then you become a Negro.
Yes.
Then we changed to Black, then to African American. Well, African American has 42 different skin colors with the different shades of pigmentation. So in some countries in South America, they call them mixed. They don't give them no classification.
Right.
They call them Portal. They call
yes.
them Portal.
If you go to Colombia, the Colombia would remind you very close to Ethiopia or New Orleans. People, they you know, when America had the French and Spanish War, when from the Mississippi River all the way over to California belonged to Mexico, and they had the French and Spanish War. Well, the French and the Spanish people didn't bring any ladies with them. So they had to deal with the Indians, the Mexicans, and the slaves. So that mixture created what people call Creoles, but the same mixture of Portuguese, like Colin Powell's mother was came from the islands, and his father came from Portugal. So a lot of people in Brazil and Angola look like Colin Powell looked.
Right.
You talking about Angola too?
Yes.
So, what are the opportunities in terms of mining and gold and rare and precious metals? If someone would like to invest, even in starting a small scale and scale it up.
Well, in small scale, there are not many IPOs. Wall Street Stock Exchange investing where you can buy small stock or small shares. But if you have management skills, you can get into it and move very fast in it, faster than you can in investing. Because if gold is running pretty close to $3,000 an ounce, you wouldn't be able to buy enough gold to make a significant difference.
It went up to almost 3,500, I mean.
Yeah, well, it vasculates. It depends on what form of gold it's in. If it's durables, the gold is measured in the purity. If it's 99.99%, it has that. But if the gold is durables, which means it's gold mixed with some other copper or silver or platinum, bronze, or some other metal, it may only have 70% of gold. Then the value of it don't go as high. It just depends on the purity of it that runs it up that high. When gold come out of the ground, it is very rare that it comes out pure gold. It's usually mixed with something.
Right, because it has to, because it's kind of it would be soft, like the more pure, would it be softer and in that respect, or it's just bonds with the particular rock or metal, that it comes from, it comes out of iron ore.
Well, yeah, most gold and a lot of metals were formed during the area when they had a lot of volcanoes, and whatever came up out of the ground was hot and it melted together. Right. That's why you have a lot of copper and gold, a lot of silver and gold, bronze and gold. A lot of the metals are mixed with the gold. Occasionally you could find nuggets, which are pure gold, but then a lot of gold is melted down into lava rocks. So you have to crush the rocks and separate the rocks from the gold. Or if you pan for gold in rivers and streams and stuff, you have to pull out the small dust or small particles of gold, aggregated and melted down. So the value of it is dependent on the purity of it.
Right.
What do you think is the future of Black America, like in 30 years?
Well, there are a lot of Black Americans doing extremely well in Africa now. I met a school teacher from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, who was in Ghana, and she started making soap in her house.
Yeah.
And she would get some of the young ladies to get a big tray and fill it up with soap and put it on top of their head and walk out in the middle of the streets and just sell it to cars passing. But last year, she's been there about 8 years now. Last year, her business has grown to $3 million that she made last year. She started adding different perfumes, but you can buy all the products you need to make soap out of Walmart and just make it in your house. So there are all type of opportunities that you can go in, just how creative you are.
Mm.
You know what shocked me is what you just said. That's not one only country in Africa that basically that has gold stamp and whatnot. There's other people talk about Nigeria. That's a freaking shame because do you remember back
Nigeria's a shithole.
when Nigeria was about to get into natural gas and it all fell apart, liquefied natural gas and all fell apart. And I said to myself, what the heck happened to the so-called African giant? And so it's just it's a shame. South Africa is the only country in Africa that stamps its own gold. I did not know that.
Yeah,
So
most of the people have their gold being processed, okay, by other countries. 'Cause
Well,
I-
even
I-
what's sad is I just do see them building refineries. So you telling me they still don't have enough credibility to stamp their own gold and be credible?
Well, the way the gold works at 10 o'clock every morning, 6 white boys from London sit around the table and they decide what the price of gold is going to be. So when you Google the price of gold, you'll see these letters LBMA price of gold is whatever it is for that day. That's London Bullion Marketing Association. So in order to stamp the gold where it can be traded or kept in banks, it has to be approved by a refinery that's approved by that group of 6 white boys in London who sets the price of gold every day. What my group is doing, uh, as soon as I'm able to travel sometime in June or July, we will establish uh, gold centers in at least 8 different countries, and we will create what's called the African Index and set our own daily price of gold. Because if you dug all over the UK, you wouldn't dig up 1 ounce of gold.
mm.
All of the gold in the UK comes from other countries, mostly India, Australia, whatever was under the was under the British Commonwealth. You know, India was under British, Australia, uh, uh, Nigeria, 12 African countries, Zimbabwe, and those are the countries, and South Africa. Those were the countries that London got its gold, getting its gold from. The same stands for British Petroleum Corporation. You see service station called BP. Well, Great Britain don't have 1 drop of oil, but BP is one of the world's largest oil corporation because it rates countries like Nigeria, Cameroon, a few other oil bearing countries. Now they've discovered a lot of oil in Ghana, and Ghana don't have an oil refinery, so they are just taking that oil and selling it worldwide after they refined it. So even though Burkina Faso have a beautiful modern refinery, it's not certified to stamp gold as bullion and get the top dollar for it.
That's amazing what you know, what you learn. You know, like I said, I thought by now, because when we first met, you was telling me about that years ago. I thought by now we'd have something on the continent where we have to go to the Lords of London and have them stamp it, and they sit in their banks for a month and they ship it back when they make interest off it and everything like that. You know, but it is what it is. With this thing that you talk about, an index, an African index. What countries are you planning on doing this in?
Zimbabwe, Uganda, South Africa, Tanzania, Mali, and a few other countries.
Will all countries in Africa have access to credit from these institutions?
No, they don't.
What do you mean? So in other words, will what about the countries that don't have access to the gold? Could they tap into loans and stuff like that? On the
Well, almost all African countries have. They're rich with some type of natural resources. Just like Nigeria has huge amounts of oil. They have so much. They have been listed in OPEC, the group that determines the price of oil every day. Nigeria has a huge amount of oil, but Liberia is rich in oil, gold, diamond, copper, cocoa, rubber, and quite a few other natural resources. So most African countries have some type of resources they need comprehensive and strategic management of those resources to be monetized and generate wealth for the countries.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Just getting past these redundant governments and stuff like that. Just sad, sad. Hopefully we'll do it.
We have a sad story in America. There's no reason African Americans can't aggregate their monies, and I've seen some figures shows that if you combine all of the money that African Americans have, we would be the 8th richest country in the world.
Yeah, which will go like Black America generates an income like $1.5 trillion plus Black America in real estate equity, home equity, right? They said they estimated like to be worth like a couple of $1 trillion. And that means $1 trillion worth of money you could borrow to invest, whatever, like that, lines of credit, like $2 trillion, worth of equity in home ownership, like Black America pension funds, life insurance plans, a lot of wealth. Black America, it's not organized,
Most of our
Well, if you just think, I call it Sad Monday. If you could just aggregate all the monies that's taken up in churches on Sundays and put that in one pile, we could be one of the most strongest companies on Wall Street, if it was possible. When you look at places like Church of God in Christ, the CME, AME, the Missionary Baptist Church, all of those are extremely strong organizations. If you put all of the Black organizations together, the National Council of Negro Women, NAACP, the Urban League, you can't raise $10 million a year by adding all of an NAACP. You can't raise $10 million by adding all of those together. You can go to any city that has a large Black population and you can find a $10 million Black church. Anywhere you go, Jackson, Mississippi, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Memphis, Tennessee, Houston, Dallas, Baltimore, Virginia, all of those places have churches that values over $10 million. But the problem is when you say, well, why the Africans don't do it, I always think, it's not easy to aggregate congregations on one financial agenda. If you could just aggregate all of the churches to have one kind of cell phone or one type insurance. Suppose we all bought automobile or home insurance or life insurance from one company. We could grow our own companies, but that is something that haven't been aggressively put together.
So I put it like years ago. I said, why are we using YouTube? We should have easily. I had a guy. I don't know if you met him, Mike Roebuck, the guy, one of the guys I was going to send to Angola 5 years ago. One of the guys Celeste bring over. Remember, Celeste wanted to bring over to work at IT to do the IT for Angola. She was going to do it. Anyway, he created a platform like YouTube, but he was working some bugs out of it. But I said to myself, that would be a good idea if we had our own platforms. We could start like it's all it's all a mentality, right? If you start using your own platforms, naturally you're gonna look for black businesses. Look for black networks.
Well, what's to stop us from creating a black Facebook?
That's what I said. That's what I said years ago.
Or black TikTok.
Yeah. Also, but
There
these
you
people
go.
now that got these big platforms on YouTube, they think they're doing something. Like, dude, man, you
Well,
giving to the white people.
there were two great industries sprung out of Tennessee State University. One was a cell phone, and the other one was the mathematicians who figured out how to make where the satellite would land. If you look at the way the Earth is moving counterclockwise, and the moon revolves around the Earth, and as it leans on its axle, it's a pretty complicated equation to figure out how a rocket would come from the moon and land pinpoint the x-axis across the y-axis, where it would actually splash down and have a boat ready to get it out of the water. Well, it was a sister from Tennessee State who caught hell at NASA putting that together. They didn't respect her. But also, the cell phone was invented by a scientist who graduated from Tennessee State. But if we put the software engineers can come from almost any university and can build a black Facebook, TikTok, put all of that stuff together. If we could just get us to invest in those things, not just the churches, what would happen if you could get 20% of the black families to invest $1 a month into something?
Mr. Rosenthal, you said something earlier. I caught it on the tail end about Swahili. Could you, kind of talk about that again? Because we always talk about Swahili.
The thing is, though, Bill, I will say before you ask the question, the thing is, these countries in Africa are looking to do business with the world. Unfortunately,
I don't have a problem with that. I'm just wanting to know his perspective.
It's a good language to learn, but these countries are serious about business. They're serious about the West. It's about developing and stuff like that. And just not enough people in the business world. Most people in the business world speak English or Portuguese or French.
Yeah, but I just wanted to know what he was feeling about the Swahili situation. The point he had mentioned something I didn't, so I wanted to hear what he was saying about Swahili.
Well, Swahili is the most spoken language in Africa.
Absolutely,
it's more prevalent on the East Africa, going up from Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, and those areas where you have more prevalent Swahili language being spoken. But Swahili is slightly difficult language to learn, as well as Portuguese is a difficult language. I finally mastered speaking French by working in French countries, but speaking Swahili is quite complicated.
Yeah, some people say it's not. Some people say that it's a little easier than most African languages, especially if you know the basics like Kiswahili. And they have differentiations in terms in Tanzania. The reason I was saying that is that we're always battling about Ubuntu, and I try to expand to him about Ubuntu not just on the basis of reconciliation, but in terms of cooperative economics. Like Nguza Saba, and which is a Swahili word. That we could learn, like you said, we have a lot of various things that we can contribute to Africa and the diaspora. But one of the things is that we don't see each other as one people. We've got a lot of people in America who've kind of like branched off and want to delineate themselves from other people in the African diaspora, calling themselves FBAs and such. And so when it's time for us to try to do business with one another, I was saying that, we don't have to do it in Swahili, but the thought process of us doing it together collectively to try to get some of these economic opportunities. How do you feel about that?
Well, it's a barrier. I mean, if you go to a country like Nigeria, Nigeria is a little larger than Texas with 230 million people. It's about 2/3 of the population of the United States, all clustered in a little place, a little larger than Texas. Well, they have 200 different languages, not dialects. 200 over 200 different languages in Nigeria, just that one country. So that's a barrier. When you come to America, and let's say Keela got an insurance company in Virginia, well, he would catch hell trying to sell insurance to somebody in Alabama or Mississippi. It's the same problem in America as it is in Africa. We just don't connect.
I learned something. Language is probably even worse than tribalism. It's the most what's the word I'm looking for? Divisive thing in Africa. Because what happens is, Dollar Bill, is when someone, let's say you're in Nigeria, right? Someone's gonna say Yoruba should be language, right? And people say, let's say Yoruba is the largest group, or Hausa actually is the largest group, right? The next thing you know, they're saying, something, let's make Hausa the official language, right? Everybody got to learn how to speak it. You know what's going to happen? The Igbo is going to say, hell no, because even though they say that's a good idea, we should speak the same language, they know the people who speak Hausa are going to psychologically have an advantage, and they're going to basically dominate, in politics, and so getting their message.
Absolutely. But I'm not interested in that. What I was interested in was the diaspora.
Something Kiswahili is just one more language of thousands that's spoken on the continent.
No, that's not what my aim is. My aim and my goal is not that. It is that the diaspora, right? Us in America and the Caribbean and different parts of the United Kingdom and Central and South America, okay, that we collectively see ourselves as a people. But one thing linguistically you need as a people is something to connect yourself with. So I said everyone cannot learn Swahili overnight, but everyone can learn how to learn Ubuntu, that they can learn how to work together and the principles of working together.
But all those places you just named, Dollar Bill, speak English.
No, I'm not talking about. No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, you see this. And Mr. Rosenthal can give me his take. In the 1990s, these so-called Spanish-speaking countries, people from these diaspora from the Spanish-speaking countries, from Puerto Rico, from Mexico, from Central and South America, all the Hondurans, the Venezuelans, all of these people got together collectively and decided they were going to be one people. And they did it primarily, even though they speak different dialects of Spanish. They all don't speak the same Spanish, but they all identified themselves together as more than just being Hispanics, or culturally, what Hispanics mean, historically Spanish. They also identify in their diaspora amongst one another and go back to the ethos of their cultural identity and said, well, we're all Latins, right? Therefore calling themselves Latinos. What I'm saying to you is that Mr. Rosenthal was saying that Kala could be selling insurance in Virginia, but culturally, if he goes to a place like Alabama or Louisiana, he might have an issue.
Well, actually,
no, they just got different. They got different laws. They got different laws. And
yeah, I go down there in Alabama.
No, you're not getting what I'm
whatever
saying.
like that, and I have to be licensed in that state.
Yeah, you got to get licensed there, Dollar Bill.
So what I'm saying, I understand where he's coming from, but I'm saying my take is this: when we have other different people like Black America, right? I see when people come here to this country, right? the onus of all this should not always be on us. You know, that's what I said. The topic of tonight's show. The onus is not on us. When you got people here who are Haitians, they don't bother learning how to speak English because speaking English means they got to communicate with Black America. They speak French, whatnot. They don't bother speaking.
No, I know a lot of Haitians that speak English.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them that basically, when they get in among themselves, they speak in their own language. You know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Go to Miami.
I've been to Miami. Listen,
they have our
that's
place.
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a philosophy, and I was asking Mr. Rosenthal, a philosophy that allows us as people from the diaspora with like minds, African Americans, people from the Caribbean, okay, from the entire diaspora, as a people, okay, to approach something systematically together. Everybody who don't want to be in it, they don't have to.
It's hard.
Mr. Rosenthal's.
Yeah, that's like a pipe dream, but I get what you're saying. It sounds good. It
sounds like how I wanted to do years ago. Until I had a reality.
Yeah, but the
Latinos did it in 19. Listen, before 1990. Excuse me. Before the 1990s, the Latinos used to say that lived in New York. You black people stick together. You got the NAACP. You have the Urban League. You have all these things, and you guys stick together. It wasn't until
we never did.
People never stuck together. Dollar Bill, what are you talking about?
I'm telling you what their perspective.
It doesn't matter what they said. We didn't stick together. Black people didn't even agree.
They see us marching about that. They think we stick together.
See, guys, just because you don't agree with me
no one
doesn't mean that
my
you're
whole
correct.
life and whatnot.
No,
I don't remember anybody asking me saying, "You think Al Sharpton is your leader? Do you agree with what he's about to do?" No.
It doesn't matter who the oldest. Dollar bill. A fact is a fact. No, it doesn't. A fact is a fact. Black people never, even during the 1960s, people didn't even dollar bill. People didn't even agree. All black people didn't even agree with Martin Luther King. The same way everybody didn't agree with Malcolm X. Black people was never on the same wavelength. No matter who you ask.
Check this out. Hey, dollar bill. I'll give you an
example. Hey, Carla, hold on for a second. What was a lie? What I just said?
Most black people did not believe in civil rights in America.
No, I said most people did not agree. Most black people didn't agree with Martin Luther King, and a lot of people didn't agree with Malcolm X either.
Excuse me, Martin Luther King was not the entire civil rights movement. So everybody,
civil rights movement was something that was framed by white people. You know,
it was framed by white people.
It was what by white people?
It's like this is what it is, brother.
Mr. Rosenthal, do you believe that?
Dollar bill, don't run to Mr. Rosenthal.
No, I'm not running. I'm asking because I don't believe.
Dollar bill. Let me put you like Dollar bill, my good brother.
I mean, I just know who were propping it up, just like the NAACP propped up by white people.
Hold on, Dollar bill. Let me say this. Hold on, Dollar bill.
NAACP.
Dollar bill. Let me say this, right? When we back in the 60s, right? We had a group called the Deacons of Defense, right? They were the ones
who in Louisiana.
Stopped the but they were completely written out of the civil rights movement. You know, same thing. Same thing is why Medgar Evers was killed. Right? Medgar Evers wasn't talking about integrating no lunch counter and stuff like that. He was talking about black economic empowerment.
Yeah, but I'm not saying
they wrote it all up. White people reinterpret all this as the civil rights movement.
But I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about.
But that's where we get our civil rights from. White people, you know.
Black people collectively understood in this country whether they were under the doctrine of Martin Luther King, whether they were under the doctrines of the Nation of Islam. White people, black people collectively knew that we were in a struggle for our survival.
We didn't all agree. Some black people didn't agree.
Yeah, we've been a struggle to survive since the slave plantation. What are you talking about?
I'm not here to make an example,
Dollar Bill. Well, my uncle,
I'm not here to make apology.
Like you know John Amos. Basically,
I know John
he
Amos.
made a comment about Martin Luther King. That's really telling. He says something like that. You know, about Dr. King. In other words, basically, there was a lot of people who wasn't feeling civil rights and integration, stuff like that, and they let you know.
But we all understood that we had a problem
We
right?
also
And we know that problem since the slave ship.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying to you.
That's how you making your dollar bill. I don't even understand if you listen to yourself.
Well,
You're making your hold on. You're making every time we say what we saying, you make your point by saying, "Hey, all black people, knew that we was in trouble." And I'm telling you, that's true. And we knew that since we got off the slave boat too.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
I'm just saying that's the point. That's the point you're trying to make. Every time we say that black people weren't sticking together, you turn around and say you said it 3 times in a row. Every time we said that black people didn't stick together, you turn around and say, "Hey, but black people, we knew that we was in trouble."
Listen,
yeah, like I said,
I just don't know what you said, Dollar Bill. That's it.
Somebody, check this out. Malcolm X said it like this. He said, "You got people like Dick Gregory, Pearl Bailey, and Lena Horne, all those other people." He said,
entertainers.
Yeah, but he said those were the people that the media called as black leaders to speak on our behalf. Malcolm X said,
no, but there were people in SNCC. There were people in CORE.
Let me ask you a question.
What
do you think about? Let me ask you a question, Dog. But what did you think about Harry Belafonte?
I thought a lot about Harry Belafonte.
Right now, Harry Belafonte, and Sidney Poitier these guys were starch-cold integrations. They believed in interracial marriage. Most black people were against interracial marriage back then. You want to tell me? You want to ask me why I believe in Harry Belafonte? No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to corner you on that.
Sleeping with.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the fact of the matter is, their motivation for the civil rights movement wasn't the same thing.
You got to give me a chance to retort. When you say to me, why did I believe in people like Harry Belafonte? Because Harry Belafonte was one of the people that was financially backing Martin Luther King.
Yeah, but what was his motivation?
You think his motivation was just to sleep with white women?
Well, when you look at
where the white women at?
What did he tell? Dorothy Dandridge?
What? No, what did he tell Dorothy Dandridge?
He told and Eartha Kitt. He said, "Ain't nothing a black woman could do for me."
Oh, I don't believe that.
That's what he said. That's what he said. That's well known.
People say a lot of things, and I don't believe it.
That's what he said. He said, "Black
I don't believe it." All I know is Harry Belafonte, and the height of his power, was one of the guys that even took Sidney Poitier and pulled him to the side and said, "Listen, man, you got to start producing some movies for black people." And I know that Harry Belafonte took his money.
I like Harry Belafonte. He's one of my heroes.
His own money, and helped Martin Luther King.
Well, check this out, you missing my point. My point is, although we agree with Harry Belafonte, we were not. Black America was not on the same page. We all had different reasons. No one ever has
to be. It's never everybody that's going to be on the same.
Oh, that's what I said. That's why when Latinos say you,
that's not what I'm talking about.
That's nonsense. We don't all stick together.
Nobody has to. What I'm saying to you, see, people's perception is their reality. So when I was talking to you, I was not trying to prove the point to you that all black people stick together.
Yeah, you had the perception that we stuck together.
No, it was the perception of so-called, of so-called Hispanic people who said, "Okay, we appear to be together."
Now check this out. Hold
on, let me land. Because they use that as the impetus to say we have to develop ourselves as a people.
Still racist. That's all that was.
I've never heard of I have never heard of Hispanic people say that about black people in my life. I just never heard it myself.
Because I used to hear Hispanics talk about, you Jamaicans don't like.
I didn't say that, Dollar B. You telling us what you said, and you telling us what somebody told you, and I'm telling you that I'm where a whole bunch of Hispanic is, and I just had never heard one say that before.
You live in Atlanta, Georgia, right?
Yep.
Right, and then you travel. But when you were growing up, how many Puerto Ricans did you know?
They have always been in Atlanta.
No, not true.
Dollar Bill, hold on, Dollar Bill. Oh my God, Dollar Bill. They got an area. Hold on, Dollar Bill. This is way sometimes you can be smart and dumb at the same time. On Buford Highway has always been a segregated place where they put the Latinos at. This is where they have always
been. Until the 1990s.
We had
They have
Spanish.
all, they have all,
Spanish
they have
films.
always came up from Florida. Like, they have always been there. I was born in the 70s. I was born in the 70s, and they went to school with dollar bills. Dollar bills. I don't know about no Puerto Rican.
I love you, but you don't know how to listen.
No, you're telling me about something that wasn't there in the city where I grew up in.
Fellas, everybody.
I just don't understand that.
You forget where you grew up. You did not have many Puerto
we have a
Ricans.
guest.
Oh no, I don't know about Puerto Rico.
This is Roosevelt can't be
That's what I asked you.
Hold up.
Latinos.
Fellas, I gotta drop everybody down. You know. Fellas, okay, Mr. Rosenthal. Okay, I know you got a busy schedule tomorrow. You want to say something?
You guys
it's there's no homogeneous group or no ethnic or racial people. All white folks don't stick together.
Absolutely.
It's not important that all black folks stick together. Just a few of us with the same agenda can do great things. We don't need everybody, you know. We only need a few people with the same agenda to rise up and do what they want to do.
Thank you, sir.
So you'll never get all white folks to stick together. They are more divided than we are.
Thank you, because everyone seems to think that you have to have a major consensus of everyone for something to work. That's absolutely not true.
No, we're not saying that. You know, we're saying we're
acting like that. When you're telling me what people don't stick together and how many pipe dreams,
we don't need everybody to stick together.
Well,
you know.
Well, see, that was the argument. See, I was saying to you, Mr. Rosenthal, in the 1990s, whether they agree, okay, with the perception of the Puerto Ricans and the Dominicans that were in New York City, they all got together and decided. And everyone doesn't call themselves a Latino. Some people can stay a staunch Hispanics, but they all got together and said, we have to do something to make us a people politically here in America.
Oh, really? The Puerto Ricans and Mexicans don't vote together.
Did you just hear what I said?
Yeah, but they don't vote together, Dollar Bill. Puerto
Latinos do vote together.
No, they don't.
Latino bloc.
No, they don't. Puerto Ricans are pro-border.
Latino
Puerto Ricans, Dollar Bill. I know Puerto Ricans, they're so Americanized, right? They really are proud to be Americans. Puerto Rico is American territory. They're proud of that shit, you know? Listen, I'm not no Dominican.
They're not proud of that.
U.S. citizen and whatnot. Yeah, I thought all the Puerto Ricans I know were like that.
Hey, Dollar Bill, when did you say the Puerto Ricans got to Atlanta?
I said to you, I did not say when the Puerto Ricans got to Atlanta. And I don't want to go. We don't have to keep battling.
No, I'm asking you, boy. It's just a question, Dollar Bill. God damn, bro, you filibuster. I said that I said that the Puerto Ricans been in the area, Buford Highway, and then you said no, that's not true.
That's not what I was trying to say.
Okay, tell me what you were trying to say. Okay, you said no, that was not true. So go ahead.
Time on this. So let me just reiterate that.
Go ahead.
The Puerto Ricans, when they first came to America, did not come to Buford Highway. They came to New York City. And
what are you talking about? You talking about something that we ain't. Dollar Bill, that's not Dollar Bill. That's not nothing about what I said. I ain't talking about where they came from. Only thing I said was when I was growing up, I went to school with Puerto Ricans when I was in kindergarten.
Puerto Ricans were not in other parts of the United States.
You say they wasn't?
Puerto Ricans are in Chicago.
In the 1950s.
You'd be surprised.
I don't, Dollar Bill, I ain't in the 1950s, bro. I'm talking about in the 1980s, bro. What are you talking about?
You were young, and by the time you grew up, people probably were in your area.
Well, then, why would you say that? Well, then, why would you say that wasn't true then?
We deal with that after Mr. Rosenthal.
No, I'm asking you. Dollar Bill, come on, man. Don't try to bag yourself out of it. I'm just asking you, why did you say it wasn't true?
Fellas, come on, man. You're embarrassing me, man. I gotta get back to Mr. Rosenthal.
That don't even make no sense, Dollar Bill.
Mr. Rosenthal.
I will get back with you.
These are my guys.
Nah, you can't get back to that because I know what I'm saying.
I gotta drop my guys down. I gotta close Mr. Rosenthal out, fellas. All right, Mr. Rosenthal, just me and you. You know. All right.
All
Yeah.
right.
Sorry.
Well, thank you for having me on.
These guys are rough, man. You know, this is a bunch of roughnecks over here. So what? So in closing, what's the plans now going forward? You know, tell me what I want to hear about Liberia. You know, tell me something. You know.
Well, I think that Liberia is on. They are in the United States. Dr. Arikana and Professor Lumumba have registered 250 diasporas from different African countries.
To do what? What exactly are they going to do?
They are from their own indigenous countries.
Okay.
Diasporas from Congo, diasporas from Nigeria. You know, they're scattered out. But I think
what is
the
this registry going to do? I need to know, what is this registry? What is it going to do? How would they benefit? What is it?
Well, it's different for different ones. There are diasporas in California, Texas, Atlanta, and Pennsylvania from Liberia. Recently, they have aggregated together, and they're looking at ways that they can pool their resources and better the country. So I think that you may never get all of them to come together and act, just like you can't get blacks to aggregate and come together for one specific agenda. But you don't need them all. You just need a few with the same agenda, and they be successful at their goals and objectives.
Okay, that's a good thing. That's for them, whatnot, but that's still, you know, like I said, I like to separate the diasporas, like indigenous people that born in Africa or whatever like that, from Black America has been in 400 years. My job is to make sure our situation in Africa is secured. You know, because I know.
Well, we'll put some people on your WhatsApp I'd like for you to communicate with that that can move forward. But I've enjoyed being on this show, and I like the excitement and enthusiasm that everybody had, although they didn't agree. But it takes that to move forward.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm going to get off.
We never agree on everything, but that's cool. You know.
That's okay. You don't supposed to. But I'm going to get off, but I enjoyed it. And the next time you invite me back, I'll be happy to come on.
No problem. I'm going to try to have you on once every 2 weeks at least, minimum. You know?
All right. Thank you now.
We're going to keep this. You're like the main, you're like the flagship, you know? Hope to see you on the tour next year. You know, like,
all right.
We'll send you more information. Did Bomani reach out to you about the tour for next year? The itinerary? We want you to be a speaker, you know?
I'll be on it. Thank you now.
All right, brother. Mr. Rosenthal. Take care.
Awesome, brother, man. I don't know. Is your thing? Is your live stream blinking?
Hold up.
So I see a lot of blinking in the back of the
No, I don't see. No, I'm good. You know, I'm good.
All right, so I'm gonna come off and come back on.
Yeah, you're not blinking.
On my side, I'm seeing nothing but blinking.
Oh, okay.
Now I don't see it, but it was like blinking earlier.
No. Yeah, but like I said, Mr. Rosenthal and I have been guided. I was the one who first introduced him to Africa. You know,
awesome, brother. And he understands what I'm saying.
He didn't know anything about Africa. And when I was talking to him, talking about bullion bank, I said, "Why don't you try the African continent?" He's like, "Well," and then he actually went over there. And one night, it was rest is history. He went to Angola, where now we established the Natural Resource Bank and the Gold Bullion Bank. Now he tells me they're both combined together. You know, that bank you see on the Ning site? The Natural Bank, that's a natural resource. That was the first Gold Bullion Bank. So we're building those. But the thing is, we have to take the gold, send them to London to be stamped. You know, they're the ones who approve the stamp as gold is investment grade. I mean, you have gold, but if you don't have that stamp on them, you can't put them in securities, treasuries. You can't use them as collateral. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why when I buy coins, I specifically buy coins that have been minted by governments.
Yeah,
right.
And so
I don't buy coins like just from any person. You know, like you have some people that buy coins, and I believe in buying something. It might be $3,000, but it's a $20 a coin.
Right.
So I buy those type of coins. This is what I was been saying. Black people have to understand. Everyone is not going to agree. Everyone never did agree. Everyone is not going to agree. It just takes few key people in key areas to get things done.
Well, Adal, let me ask you a question, right?
Sure.
When I create the Collar Nation, right, I had those same things in mind, right?
Yeah.
If you read the Collar Nation, right, I said, look, what we need to do is take like I do the Japanese model, right? The Japanese did like this, right? Like 1,000 years ago, Japan looked at China and said, man, these people have writing. They have all these things, technology and everything like that. They're so advanced. But we don't want to lose who we are, our identity as Japanese, right? So what they did was they borrowed things from China. That's why they bought the writing system, a lot of stuff, the paper mache, all the stuff like that, you know, even sword making, all that stuff like that was martial arts was borrowed from China, right? And they made it uniquely their own, right? What I said with the Collar Nation was, I said, we're African Americans, right? I'm proud of the African American Southern vernacular. I'm proud of that, you know? This is my heritage. This is what I am, right?
Yeah.
What I want to do is take things from Africa. So I came up with the idea of the Collar Nation, right? What Collar means is life force, unity, and everything. Life force, energy, you know?
So why do you have a problem taking it from Ubuntu?
No, because I don't see. I'm not from. I am not from.
Isn't Ubuntu?
You know, I am not from East Africa. I am not from East Africa, and this is what I said. I did an authentic thing, right? Where the Nyama collar, right, in West Africa was something that actually existed, that showed proof, right? The Nyama collar simply means the craft group system and the system of trade. What the collar means is it's a family structure, you know, families and stuff like that bond together and stuff like that. That's something that I said that we could build businesses around. It's African. It could build. Right. Also, I said we need to talk about the Taiwara. You know, people don't know who Taiwara is. Taiwara is the god of agriculture, right? With the festivals and everything like that, we could take the festivals and all the stuff, rituals of Taiwara season, combine that with modern agriculture. So we take what we want, you know, and like that, just like everything else. Like
but how would people integrate? See, when I say get into
it's like this. This is what it is, Balbo. This is what it is. You use modern technology and society, right? What is Dalbo?
Yeah, he fell off.
We use modern technology, right? We like I said, you have to understand everything is modernized, right? And then basically you say, you know something? The Japanese have a saying, Japanese spirit, Western technique. In other words, our technique is outdated, right? But we want to keep the same spirit, you know? And when you have the same spirit and the cultures and ritual, like the Japanese, even though they use the most modern technology when it comes to farming, when you look at them, the festivals they have, the harvest have, it's the same way for thousands of years, you know? Same way for thousands of years. All they use is Black people, on the other hand, what they do is they just change everything, you know.
It's a Paula. This is what I was finna say when the guy was on here. I was saying that the only reason why Black people, the Black churches, because we are extreme with everything. We don't know how to hold some things and change something. When we do something, we go to the extreme with everything. That's why the Black churches can't do anything for as economics, because they so extreme with the religion. All that running around, jumping up and down, doing splits and all that shit. When I listen to those white churches, those white radio stations.
Hold on. What happened to the stream? You fell off, bro. Link back on. Hello. Link back on, Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill, yeah, he just fell off him.
He just fell off, man. Ain't nothing wrong with the stream, bro. We're still here.
Yeah, drop it back in the chat for him. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that Dollar Bill, when I listen to them, when I watch their thing, they have this person like, hey, this person is over the business side of it, you know what I'm saying, investment. Like they talk about that in the sermon. Like, but when in the Black church, only thing Black churches preach about is prosperity. You know, these prosperity type preachers, like your ship gonna come in, just wait on the Lord. But these the white churches have an investment. You know, when they have Bible study, they
got an investment portfolio.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They own houses, they own businesses.
And everything about our church is about some fucking spookism, and just stay on your knees and praying. And if your ship didn't come in, that because you didn't pray enough. Like we like stupid shit like that. Like everything we do is extreme. So therefore you can't have business like that. Bring it because black people think it. But this is my thing about church, our religion, Colin. I think that a lot of black people like to go to church the same way they graduate from the club and the bars to the church. Cause they can go in there and dance and sing and shake their ass damn near the same way they can do in the club. You know what I'm saying? Like if you had black people just sitting in there with no drums and no organs and none of that, they would get bored. Church has to be entertaining for black people. So in order to be entertaining, it has to be extreme. So that's how you slide across the floor.
Where the heck is $1 bill at, man?
Now, I think it's something wrong with this internet or something.
Yeah,
you maybe got to restart this. So because I'm doing it from my cell phone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that it might be something wrong
like I said, the topic of tonight's show, right?
Go ahead.
Ibrahim versus Donald Trump. Who wins geopolitical battle? Now, there's a serious war going on. Everybody automatically think that we're just going to side with Ibrahim. No, it don't work like that anymore. This is 2025, right? Africa had decades to really build a relationship with us. Right? They didn't do that, did they?
Man, they ain't reached out at all. The only people that reached out was Ghana, and they was after your money.
That was it. So the bottom line is this. So now it's a real serious thing, serious thing.
There's no welcome center, Carl. There's no welcome center in Nigeria. Like if a Nigeria come to America, he can get on Google and say, hey, a Nigerian group, any group of people can be like, hey, where can I contact? Where's this church at? For you know what I'm saying? You can either go in there like what places hire Nigerians, what churches give refuge in Nigerians. You can do that. You can't do none of that shit in Africa. You own your own when you step off that plane.
You're really on your own. So
you own your own. There's no type of reason.
Understand something and say, okay, we want these people to come back, but they don't provide nothing. They don't provide nothing.
Nothing.
They say, hey, why don't you guys have this oil block, off the coast? Y'all can develop your own. Y'all get y'all started. Y'all can have this oil block. They'll give you our revenue to build your own, whatever, like to start off with. They don't give you shit. Black people, how many gold mines do we have? Like I said, we're building this gold bullion bank. What we're doing is we're buying the gold from the Africans, right? Because if it wasn't for Mr. Rosenthal, the gold, but the Africans would have no chance, right? If we're successful in building this African gold index, whatnot, that could free Africa forever from Europe, That's what this is all about. That's what I'm here for,
Let me ask you a question, Carla. Yeah. How easy it would be just when you get off the airport that they have like a little piece of paper say, hey, this is where African Americans, a lot of African Americans stay in this area, or, you know what I'm saying?
We have an enclave and stuff like that. This is what
they don't have none of that.
We had an association in every country that basically handles African American affairs associated with government power. They got resources and everything like that. So
even if you come to the airport, have you ever been to Atlanta airport?
No.
Oh yeah, it's on the level. It's on the level of Dallas. It's the same. I believe Atlanta's the business when they have like restaurants and everything. You'll love Atlanta airport, bro.
I like Dallas airport.
Dallas airport is nice.
I never seen restaurants on the damn terminal, man.
Can you hear me? I'm back.
Atlanta got 3 different floors, and they got their own subway.
Yeah, what we're gonna do is a monorail that goes around. A monorail takes you one end to the airport to the other.
No, they got the ones that take you. They got it. Then they got the other side that take you straight to the restaurant. You can at each terminal they got their own restaurants, man. You can get.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's what Dallas has.
I'm talking about you go. They got sports bars in there and everything.
Yeah, so you like.
So you guys, what happened? What did I miss?
Not much. You know.
Now we were just a quick synopsis was we were just saying how black people are extreme to the point that that's why you can't do any business with the church. Like the brother that left out was saying, how can the black people in the church do anything? The reason why we can't do anything with the black church because our churches are more extreme on religious and prophesizing and prosperity and doing all that jumping and dancing and playing music. In the white church, they have a portfolio. They talk about it. They have Bible study where they introduce business ideas, and our churches don't because our church is about entertainment. It's not about business.
I disagree, but I understand how. The reason why I disagree.
You can't disagree with nothing that everybody, and especially a major city in Atlanta, where got some of the biggest mega churches in the world. That everybody in Atlanta says this. How can you disagree with that, Dollar Bill?
What I'm saying to you is we've got a mega church in Mount Vernon, New York, in Westchester County that owns the Wittenhauer watch brand.
Yeah, some of the upstate New York is a different place. You ever heard of Clinton Utter Redeeming Love, Clinton Utterback Church in Spring Valley?
Mm-hmm.
That was a nice church. They own a few businesses, but there's like those churches like that come from educated black people.
Exactly. Let me ask Dollar Bill a question real quick. Dollar Bill, do you know what most of the what part of America where the most black mega churches are?
No, I don't know. I know Eddie. I know Bishop years ago. Bishop Eddie Long. I think he had the biggest mega churches.
And guess who rented it now? The pimp from Baltimore.
Oh, well, he was a pimp himself, so that's only fitting.
But I'm saying the most mega churches is in the South. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, look, I want to get you guys' opinion on a couple of things. First, I'm gonna talk about Shannon Sharp. Now my whole thing is this: wasn't I saying this for a long time? This guy made my stomach curl when he's out there talking out there in these pool parties with these young white chicks and whatnot. The guy's my age, He's out there with these young white. What did he think was going to happen? You're a big black man. You should not even a 20-year-old white girl. You should not have nothing to say but hello, how you doing? And she should always say to you is, do you want cheese or extra cheese on that burger? That's the only thing you should have with a young 20-year-old white girl. Why would this fool even put himself in that situation?
It's because of the way he was raised up, and he raised up in like Brunswick, Georgia. I don't know if you know anything about Brunswick, Georgia. Brunswick, Georgia is just like should be in Mississippi, where it's a lot of black people, but white people running, and the black people act white. You know what I'm saying? They talk white. That's that one thing that I always agree with Brandon, even though he's from California. That black culture is redneck white people culture. They talk jet. I'm talking about they talk jet. You can tell the difference between a black country dude and a white country dude in Brunswick, Georgia. They talk the same. You get what I'm saying?
The thing is, this guy basically, I guess there's an allegation that he made advance, whatever, and he's trying to pull the race card, saying it's racism and whatnot, But he was a poster boy for the snow bunnies and race doesn't matter and all this kind of stuff like this, Yeah. And I always say, you guys always hear me say, dating white girls is always going to be dangerous for black men in this country. I said that, many times,
Right.
I said that, but no one's going to listen to me because I ain't got millions of dollars like Shannon Sharp, You go out there, like somebody like Adama, he'll go out there and try to get a white girl or whatnot and get in the same trouble,
Yeah, I think that's all a subterfuge, that we're looking at and that we shouldn't really give it much information. I don't particularly care who sleeps with who or does whatever they do. That's their business. And he want to go out with a bunch of snow bunnies. And
but understand, well, like I said, I agree with that, Dollar Bill. But my problem is when it all falls that you're going to come to us, that's the problem I have. That's what angers me.
Well, I'm not going to him. I'm not helping him.
Well, but no, that ain't what he's saying, Dollar B. What he's saying is now where you might not go, but he's
well, we should ignore him. We should ignore him.
Exactly.
There's a lot of people that be like, yeah, man, we got like this. Every time they get in trouble, They always run back to us on that, you know.
Yeah, well, we got to stop taking them with open arms.
Now, in his defense, only defense I have for him that you know what I'm saying, he looked like a bow-legged alligator in the face. You know what I'm saying? So even though he was rich, he still wasn't an attractive
the thing
guy.
about him is he was just so defiant with that shit. He's like that sex pill.
Yeah.
That's it. And so he's
Yeah.
doing all
down on that.
shit
I mean, listen.
on that.
He thinks
He
people
wasn't
are
dressed up in a pink
by white
jumpsuit. He was a year ago. He was dressed up in with a pink jumpsuit on or something.
You know who I thought he reminded me of, that dude that played in that movie with white chicks, the big guy. You know what I'm talking about? Terry Crews.
Yeah. Which with Terry Crews.
Terry Crews, but he couldn't be accepted like Terry Crews. You know what I'm saying? But you know. It was just the way that it is, so it was bound to happen for him.
Check this out. You know what I'm getting tired of? I'm sick and tired of this Africa worship. This guy Joe Mama was in here all night talking about the praise of Nigeria. I'm gonna freaking play a video right now. He goes, so reason why some Africans do well, like every African's doing well. You know how many Africans are fucking working as janitors, working at McDonald's, you stupid idiot, you know, struggling
in America?
Yeah, you know, so because they what do you say? Because they got a community, they have a community. I have a community, I have a family, I have a business. You know, I was just in Dallas, Texas, and whatnot, because I have one of the top agencies in the country, and whatnot. And there was a lot of other African American businessmen there too. When I didn't see no Nigerians. So
they mostly all work security in Atlanta.
They get the line. Look, if Nigerians doing well in this country, yes, I'm happy for them. But stop acting like you're doing something that we already surpassed and did already, you know?
Yeah.
That's a part I can't stand. And also, yeah, the woman I was telling you about, Dollar Bill, that's redoing our agency and whatnot.
Yeah.
I found out that she was on Roland Martin's show. She's big, man. She is big time.
Oh, what's that got to do with anything, man?
Hey, man,
she's gonna show.
She big.
Check this out. She's big. I'm saying big, not that big. She's tiny and petite. I mean, big, like she's big time. You know.
Okay.
I was already jumped to conclusions.
Yeah.
I was like, what is this? Another big woman thing?
No.
Hey, Dollar Bill, you can't be taking up for the big chicks like that, bro.
No. She is. She's small, petite. She's fine. Anyway, but she's really educated. She's real educated, and she goes around and she builds businesses up. And she says, I'm gonna turn you guys into we're gonna get you guys ready for partnership in a year. You know, because she liked our story. I told her I had I was working 3 jobs, whatnot, and I saw my insurance. I wanted to do what she did because I wanted to step up. I wanted to be a professional and whatnot and change my life and everything like that. So I learned doing this business showed me how the world works. I'm gonna tell you that right now. There's a lot of people, right, in the black community, right? That's the white community too, but black people mostly, right? Who basically look at the world through the eyes of everything. Look at them men in them big corporations up there. They're stealing. No, motherfucker. They're up there doing business. Complicated business that you have no idea of, you know? And they're going home to their families and they're putting their kids to school to learn that business so they can be up there. While you're down here on the bottom, look at this guy.
Yeah, some of them stealing too, but it's okay.
Stealing what?
Stealing all
business world. Whatnot. You know, in our business, right? The top business people that got freaking like that, they basically the way the laws are and stuff like that. See, I used to think that too. Till you got in the business, when I get in the business world. These, look, the ethics and freaking compliance and shit like that with the federal government and stuff like that, but as far as like fraud, waste, abuse, and money laundering, is freaking serious. They'll lock you up for 100 years. It's so rare, you know. That's why
I don't know. Bernie Madoff.
Yeah, those are the people like Bernie Madoff.
Bernie Madoff with billions.
Let me tell you something. For every one Bernie Madoff, there's millions of people who don't cross the line. Trust me.
That's true. Yeah. But he made more money than most of them.
So there's millions of people who don't even touch. That's like the rare one.
And he was one of the biggest thieves.
You know,
he was one of the biggest thieves.
The only way the system works is people toe the line because there's a real fear. You mess up, you're looking at 30 years and like this, you know, inside trading and stuff like that. They're not. The system is not playing.
I'm gonna tell you what a professor told me. He said there's only several ways to make money in America. He said one way is you're born into it, and the other way, he says, you steal it.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
No, yeah, that's the craziest shit I ever heard right there.
Why people?
I'm not. I'm making money. I ain't stealing. I ain't stealing shit.
They stole us. That's why we here.
Yeah. So why do
That's true.
That's why I said I used to think like that until I got into real business, and I said, you know something.
I mean, everybody has.
I could build a business the right way and beat them at the. Our agency is at the top of the friggin' game right now against all these white businesses and whatnot. No one gave us a damn thing. So I'm saying like that, I'm telling black people, you could do the same thing I'm doing because I'm no stunt special, right? If you believe in do the thing right and work hard and put your best aboard, you have the talents to do anything you want to do. You don't have to go corrupt.
That's the same. That's the same way I feel, Dollar Bill. Like look at everything that I don't been through, and
I don't mean that everybody is corrupt. I'm just telling you there are a lot of people who are
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
There's a lot of banking systems. You just think about what Panama was a couple of years ago. Think about
what was
Panama the system in Panama.
But what they got to do with America though?
No, I'm talking about in business. I'm not just talking about America. America is not the only place that's business.
Yeah, but the thing is,
but that's where we doing business. That's just like you talking about business in Zircanistan. It doesn't matter, right?
No, it does. What I'm saying to you is that everybody has their own story about what they do and don't do, and one does not apply for one, applies for all.
Yeah, all I know is but
the difference is in America you got regulations. You get what I'm saying?
Like regulations.
You have regulations, man.
I see
ain't no regulations in Panama, bro.
You mess up, and they got an allegation against you. Whatever like that, you better get yourself a good lawyer.
They'll shut your whole business down, bro.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Hey, Colin, just like that business where that dude had the helicopter, only one, I'm talking about first time ever, he was a Navy pilot, everything. Never had no incident, never had
the called American Greed. Do we have to pull that up?
Yeah, I know that dollar bill, but the bottom line, hold on.
And then it's still, but hold on, Colin. But that's still, even with American Greed, it still showed the regulations that when they catch up with them in the American Greed, they always
eventually they get caught. Eventually they get caught.
Yeah,
and they go down. You're looking at hundreds of years.
How long did it take Madoff to get caught?
Well, what about he got caught? Eventually.
Yeah, but he's the one that invented. You
can say all that. But in third world countries, some people can get away with that. In America, eventually, they're gonna get you.
But Dollar Bill, how many Madoff? So who did it after Madoff did?
BlackRock. There was a bunch of people that were.
BlackRock is a large. Like Rose will tell you, BlackRock is the largest
just in 2008. Just in 2008, President Obama had to take all of the inside trading and
but the thing is though, okay, hold on. Like I said, there's always gonna be influence of trading and stuff like that,
people
right?
People are gonna steal.
They was too big to fail. Dollar Bill, let me tell you something, dog. I go in Walmart with $2,000 and steal some grapes.
I'm telling you that there's a whole thing on people greed and stealing. Don't tell me that people in business don't steal because they got
Dollar Bill, whoever said that? Like you be coming up with narrative that people didn't even say, bro.
You know what the Chinese just exposed about American business? So
I'm gonna believe what the Chinese say.
The Americans, Trump administration says they're
gonna what about the Chinese?
Let me finish talking. Y'all cut me off. I can't speak. Let me get one thing out before you say something else. 200% on a product. So you know what the Chinese did? They said, you know what? We don't have a problem. We'll just lower the price and we'll give you like you buy a Louis Vuitton Nike sneaker for $6,000. Okay, in America. We're going to send it to you for $85 because it doesn't matter about the compliance. It's the markup in the product.
All right, hold up, Dalba. I'm playing a video. This is for Joe Mama in the chat room, right? He's telling me about Nigerian business. I'm going to play the top 20 black businesses in America. Guess how many, Joe Mama, this is for you. Guess how many of the top richest black businesses in America are Nigerians? Let's see.
Yeah, we've been through this with these other Nigerians.
Yeah, like I said, listen, but I don't think he's good. He's looking at a dose of reality right now.
He talking about having a Nigerian. It'll never be a Nigerian senator in America. I don't even think that'll ever happen. I don't think that would ever happen.
These people are freaking delusional. These are self-hating Black Americans
they
that
come
come
here.
around
They
worshiping Nigerians.
They could be a white man. They don't even have.
These are people that
A Nigerian senator, man,
Your mama
please.
even a real Black man. He's probably a white guy trying to start confusion and getting us off track of what I'm trying to.
I don't even pay attention to him, bro.
Yeah, I won't even waste time on this dude.
I played this video for him to show you who is running Black America. You know.
Yeah, I had dropped off the thing, and I was like, my stuff was going. What the hell?
That's that. You got that cheap internet, Wi-Fi dollar bill.
I got Verizon, bro. Who you kidding? You joking?
Verizon is not the fastest.
I got Verizon, brother.
You got the Verizon home internet?
Yes, I do.
How many gigabytes per second?
I don't remember how many, but I know it's a lot.
It ain't a lot, bro.
And it's on my. I showed you my setup, and it's on.
Look.
AT&T got the fastest.
I don't know.
Check this out. I want to listen to this, fellas. This guy is an African American. Again, they're very construction group. Do you see any Nigerian industrial groups in America? Companies? No.
I don't even waste my time with these people, man.
No, I don't either, man.
Just
I have to make a point.
Kind of like the box. Kind of like the box with them. You know what I'm saying? I don't even pay no attention.
I'm a rumble.
Yeah.
Keep it moving, man.
Call a rumble.
Hey. No, you know, at the end of the day, Collar got like 3-4 hours to, he have to, so he won't get no dead time. So, he have to do what he got to do.
He can do what he want to do.
Check this out. Hold up. My whole thing is,
I'm just saying why I'm on your side with not paying attention. I'm on your side with that, but I can understand. I can understand why he do it because he got to fill in on Collar doing this shit every day. I even was doing a show like that, and I just had to stop. I couldn't do it, bro. I just couldn't.
My boy, I'm trying to make to this guy is. By the time we get to the top Black business in America, you guys, the top 2 Black business gross like $15 billion a year in America, right? Show me any African immigrant that came off here and linked up and doing that type of money. It don't exist,
Look at this guy. He's funny though. But
I thought you was gonna play the video, Colin.
I am playing. I have to say that.
How can he forget?
I do. I always get in the middle of it. I forget to play. And that's annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, my fault. I ain't know. My fault.
Yeah, my fault.
You should have reminded him of that.
These are all people from our culture.
Who?
These are all
this
people.
guy. I was going to say Joe Mama. Yeah, what, Mr. Rosenthal, why you putting that on? Show me, man.
We already got 2 Black senators, dummy.
That we've been talking about along. People in Eastern Africa, people in Central Africa, people in Southern Africa, we can do business with, because especially those people who have been affected by colonialization, okay, and understand who the white man is. They have a name for him. They call him the Muzunga, and they know who he is.
Well, they call him something else in Angola, but the bottom line is they still want him there.
Yeah, well, and understandably so. But these other people, these Ghanaians, these Nigerians, some of these West Africans, man, they'll never.
That's what I said, man. You talk about, if you think I'm gonna put my neck out for Burkina Faso, you are sadly mistaken.
Did you hear them clowns on? And they were talking about coming over there and invest.
I had to turn it. I can't listen to that no more.
Man, I went the fuck off. I'm like, you got no regulations. You ain't got no. Why the fuck would you let some crack smoking dude look like he smoke crack, getting you to invest in a country that is under military rule? It's basically they under martial law. Like your business not and reason that the other countries are because they got a country backing them. Black Americans ain't got nobody backing us, so you come over there, they can take your business and put you. They can take your business and kick you out of the country the same day.
They
You
can
the
take
same
you
girl you was
anything.
wearing
They
the
can
thing
take
before.
anything from you.
Carla, they can take your business the same day you open it up, make you and put you on a plane and kick your ass up out of there the same day if they wanted to.
Now, look, this guy Joe Mama is saying that Africa, there's no industrial. All the stuff I'm playing right now, brother, I'm gonna keep playing. There's no heavy industries like this in Africa, right? He's about Africa got this. This is why people like this. U.S. economy is $30 trillion, right? New York City's economy is $2 trillion. That's more than twice the continent.
New York City's 22 trillion. 22 trillion economy. In New York.
No, America's 30 trillion. No,
I think more than that. America's
34 trillion.
200 trillion.
So the bottom line is this:
It
Africa
definitely ain't 34 trillion. It definitely ain't 300 trillion dollar bill.
Let's see.
No, but my whole thing is My whole thing is this. This is the problem we have, right? Instead of Africa saying, you know, something, we got being humble, right? They're over there say, okay, let's say I'm Joe Mama, right? I'm gonna say, let's invest in Africa. You convince me, Joe Mama. Then when you go to invest in Africa, they give you all these roadblocks and they don't put nothing together. I'll tell you, man, the shit he had to go through in Africa, right? They just don't fucking get it. They're suspicious of you, but yet they're telling you how much they got to invest and they got these resources and whatnot. But then when you come over there and say, okay, I'm going to take you up on it, they got nothing in place for you, you know?
I mean, you know what I mean? You got to realize some of these people, just 60 years out of being, the U.S. economy is a massive 30.34 trillion juggernaut. 30.330 trillion juggernaut.
That's way less than $200 trillion bill.
Annual. Yeah, you absolutely correct. All right, and that's why I went and I checked it out. Right, I looked it up. The United States. Okay, so China is 17 trillion. Okay, and the top 25. Let's look at the top 25 economies of the world. All right, number 1 is the United States. Okay, and it says, don't go messing with me. It went all the way to, number 1 is United States and number 2 is China.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're taking that dollar bill. You know, the other night somebody was talking about Africa's trade. Africa don't have nothing to worry about because there's nothing to trade with the United States. So it's about tariffs. Man. They don't have nothing to worry about, you know.
Yeah, they don't even understand. They like, well, China this, China this. I'm like, China makes its money by selling to America.
China has no fucking domestic economy.
Yeah, their people don't make that much money. So all the money that they do make is all the jobs are based on the state jobs that they have. So what they do is dollar bill. They build they'll build about 100 high rises, and they'll let people
all empty. They're all empty because people can't afford them. You know?
Can't afford it. So they end up living in these little tiny ass shit, just working just to eat. They're really the same as the African, just better quality of life.
They got cleaner cities.
They got cleaner system. That's the only difference between them. That's why you can see those Chinese people when they come to Africa. That's why they can go over there.
The first time in their life, they feel superior to somebody.
Yeah,
when they go to Africa, you know, they feel like they're gonna lord over Africans. And
that's why they can live in those remote villages, and them Africans making them village chiefs and shit.
Yo, that's like, yo, man, come on, Africa, y'all gotta work with us.
The number 1 black mega churches are Florida, Texas, California, and then Georgia. And the National Baptist is the major denomination within Black America, and its churches spread across the country, contributing to the prevalence of mega churches in these states.
Yeah, but the most black mega churches are in the South.
Yeah, they're in the South. It's not Georgia, not number 1. Florida.
Never. Texas has the most.
They don't only.
I'm looking at what I'm reading. It says Florida, Texas, California, and then Georgia.
Oh, right? Georgia's not even included in it.
The African American church is predominantly affiliated with the Protestant denominations like the AME Church and the Church of God in Christ, the Kojic Church of the National Baptist.
I don't know if you remember the dollar bill When
They
I was a
all
kid,
in the
these
South,
churches,
bro.
all these denominations.
California.
You know, Dollar Bill. You know, I was talking about yesterday. I said when somebody was saying like that, and man said, "Oh, I know black culture. I watch Friday." I said, "Dude."
Hey, you should have dropped them. You should have dropped them off the show when he said that.
I said, if you understand black culture, the biggest division and contrary to Black America always was what denomination you was at. You know, I mean, the Pentecostals didn't speak to the Baptists. The Baptists didn't speak to the Methodists. You know, it was always the Seventh-day Adventists, the fucking Jehovah's Witnesses. Man, I went through it all, man. You know.
Yeah. See, but you got to realize, even though you had Seventh-day Adventists who were, even though they have HBCU, the main church, which is the white church, even though they separated, they're the ones that have all of the power and get all of the money.
Yeah.
Right. So, but the Baptist church, okay, when they split with the white Baptist churches, they don't get the money. That money stays in black hands. So there's a big difference. And then when you deal with
God in Christ, you know, and
they don't deal. See what
AME Church, you know, the AME Zion Church.
Yeah,
Black
those
America,
churches
man, is so friggin' religious, and all these denominations.
Those are black churches.
Black
churches. But the Seventh-day Adventists, those churches are still under the control.
Yeah, but there's a lot of black Seventh-day Adventists, though.
Yeah, but they don't control the money. They don't control the money. The conference, okay, controls the money.
Yeah, but all they do with the money, dollar bill, is keep the churches up. That's basically what they do.
Well, I don't know. They live in Loma Linda, and some of them.
But then again, dollar bill, a lot of
California.
black churches that own the black churches, they provide them with some of the best pews, some of the best books. You know, you see the color books. You can know
they don't own the black churches. They split. They split around 1912 with the black churches. Those mega church. Now they're trying to get back that money, and that's why you got white churches that allow.
And you know why the white churches do? They allow black churches access to satellite TV.
Yeah, but black churches got their own money. You got Baptists and the AME, they got their own money. They don't need white churches. But because they
white churches are trying to make, just like they took over funeral homes, they're trying to get back into taking over black churches.
Yeah, but they split in the early 1900s, and it basically is because white people don't want to worship with black people.
Yeah, Sunday morning church is the most segregated day in America.
Hallelujah.
Oh, definitely.
White people do not want to worship with black people.
No, they don't want to hear all that yelling and screaming and wigs falling off and big fat old people up there singing and shit.
Also smart, no?
Let me get DK on. DK, what's on your mind?
Also smart, no? He from Atlanta. He know about Creflo Dollar. I'm trying to.
Everybody know about Creflo Dollar.
Money for a private jet. He know the hustle.
Everybody.
You know what they do? Hey, Colin, you know what they do every third Sunday at Creflo Dollar Church? The people go in there and throw money at the steps up, and then he just go to dancing on it.
Yeah, the spirit, bring the spirit money. When
just how stupid black people are, bro.
I say like that when I'm talking about a little thing like an African said, I can't get a crumb. You know, Colin can't get a crumb, man. I'm just trying to get you. Matter of fact, my moniker for the next thing is gonna be Colin Dollar. Creflo Collar. When I get monetized, I'm like, yo, I'm Creflo Collar, nigga.
Collar De Niro. Collar De Niro.
Yo, y'all niggas get cool with something, man.
They throwing money.
Brandon did that shit, man. He was starting making money, man. It was like,
Brandon?
Brandon was making money off that one time, man. I don't know if he's
his church, he's the Bucci Bear Church of Christ.
Oh, come on, man. Leave Brandon alone, down, bro. You really Brandon alone, man. Come on,
Bucci Bear. It is.
Colin, they throwing money up there for him to step on.
Oh, I seen it.
I can see Brandon
a Rolls Royce, a green Rolls Royce with a green suit. Together. You see that shit? He has a Rolls Royce that matches suits, you know? He has a tan one, a green one, a purple one. I'm like, damn, man. He has a Rolls Royce.
That started basically in the North, Sweet Daddy Grace, and then you had the other brother.
Daddy Grace. Oh, yo, did you have Daddy Grace kids when you was going to school? They used to sing Daddy Grace songs on the freaking school bus, right? Oh, Daddy Grace, like patty cake. Oh, Daddy Grace.
Hey, that's that big fat ass can't even move.
Yeah, he was from Cape Verde too, you know.
I
And the
seen
other
him,
one,
man.
what's the other one? What's his
My mother
name?
said that was the biggest thing in Harlem.
Reverend
Was,
Knight.
Daddy
Remember
Grace.
Reverend Knight?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I
Reverend
know
Knight.
Reverend Knight. Yeah, that's
Reverend
what
Knight
I'm
is
thinking about. I'm thinking Reverend Knight. Reverend Knight is the one that had the suits that different
Yeah,
yeah,
colors.
he had the suit that matches his car.
and he's
But that
not a
dude,
Southern,
Daddy
he's a
Grace, I seen him,
Filipino.
man. You look like he should be on my 600-pound life or something, bro.
He had all those custom shirts, and Reverend Ike
Father
lived
Divine,
in,
whatnot, you know.
he lived upstate New York.
Man, it
Yeah.
is no way that you
In
can
fact,
properly wipe
why
your
New York?
ass if you 600 pounds, bro.
Man, what is
Oh,
this?
Daddy Grace. Oh,
Black
Daddy,
people
but he's
wiping
throw
their
out
ass?
money to
God
people
damn.
and that.
I'm just saying, bro. I mean, his arm. I saw Daddy Grace. His arms to
He
the
had
back
enough money to
ratio.
have somebody wipe his ass for him. We don't shit.
Yeah, they gotta turn him over with a forklift, bro. And that's who that was. That's who that was. I seen it. I was like, what
Yeah,
the hell?
tell me more about that. You sat through that thing, so tell me what happened. What was the gist of it? Why are they talking about getting fucking passports and stuff?
What he was saying is that when he's done with the when the military thing and he hold the proper election, would he want to offer Black American citizenship?
What the hell?
Black
What I don't
hold on, you
understand.
gotta listen to this part though, Kyle. You gotta listen to this part.
Let me go get my
Then you had that curry goat eating ass nigga Delray sitting there talking about, man, French. It ain't hard to speak French or learn French. Like Black people can't even learn catching hell with Spanish.
We
You know
can't
what I'm saying?
speak properly.
You talking about going over there in a country where they speak where they 90% speak French? I'm talking about fluent French.
And also indigenous languages. Yeah, okay.
Come on, man. And it's a dust. Bikini Faso is a dust bowl.
I mean,
Hold on, let me ask you a
Ibrahim.
question. How come these people
wish
never say, let's say, wouldn't it be the thing is, okay, we're gonna give Black people citizens, but we're gonna invest in like 3 new cities, to populate these Black people in America. They do nothing.
Nothing.
My problem is they think Black Americans are just crash dummies. Like you could just suit up and go. Like it's like.
Hey, Melissa, Black people can learn any language, but they ain't learned Spanish, and they outnumbered by Latinos. Like we always be sitting up here talking about what Black people can do, but we don't see the writing on the wall that is 67 million of them and 45 million of us, and we ain't even trying to learn how to speak Spanish so we can understand our enemy.
Yeah, like for example, right now,
go ahead, my brother.
Traore, he hired Wagner mercenaries to do security and stuff. Why couldn't he hire Black American veterans, even the Nation of Islam?
They really don't really know nothing about us. So that's why I said all these Black people talk about this. They don't even know we exist.
Yeah.
You guys are a joke, man. So I'm like this. For me, the colleges, if you respect anything I say, I have no look, he's on his own. All these people are on their own. So my price is the Afghanistan. That's my price. If I can't have that, then we have nothing to talk about.
Have you ever heard him even speak? Have you ever even heard him speak English?
No. And like Carla said, you're 1,000% right. When has any of these countries that are rebelling against France, when have they reached out to Black America and say, hey, we'll sign up, we'll give you rights to this gold, this oil, or anything like that? You don't have any stakes. So
bro, not even that. Just a welcome center, just a pamphlet at the airport, just a direction. Hey, this hotel, Carla, just point me in the direction of a hotel or maybe this restaurant where a lot of Black people go to. This hotel, they don't do none of that shit. Nobody.
Can we have
not even a welcome home sign?
Nope. Ain't no welcome, nothing, not even a pamphlet.
I don't know what you guys are expecting, man. I don't understand that shit.
But that's the whole point, though. That's the whole point, though. So they shouldn't. That's what Carla was saying. So they should expect. It shouldn't be on us. If we should expect nothing for them, they should expect nothing for us either.
We're in the belly of the beast, right? And the whole thing is this. Why would I tell my people as a responsible person as leadership, right, to put yourself in danger and jeopardy, right? Going to the United States and whatnot, and they're watching us. I know I was told I was watched, when I'm in overseas. Anybody goes to Africa, you're being watched, They're they watching you, monitor you, and stuff like that. I've been told, Anyway, the bottom line: why would you put yourself in unnecessary danger and not get when I go do something, I'm gonna freaking benefit from it, And so therefore, if I can't benefit from it, then I say like this: I wish you a lot of luck, man, but that's not our fight.
Well, is Diners gonna put that on his Danfo tours or what?
I'm finna tell you the rest, Colin, but I want you to highlight this. It's like the fifth or sixth message. This is why women should even be in the conversation when you talk about rebuilding and thing. From Melissa, she got it's like the sixth comment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, where it say, "Can we move from victim?" You see that comment?
Yeah, what do you mean victim? What you
But hold on, just read the whole thing. Like, watch how stupid it is. Oh, you didn't put it up.
I don't see the comment. Hold on, let me move up.
It's like the sixth one from the bottom. It's like, well, let me read it while you're looking for it.
Oh, Frenchie says, "Move on, stop crying over it."
Oh, yeah, nobody care what she's saying. It's like, can we move from the victim mentality? We need reparations. Ain't that a goddamn oxymoron?
That reparation is victim. That's a definition of victimhood. Reparation.
Definition of victim.
That's what I said. That's what I said. She goes, "Can we move from victimhood mentality?" Look, we're not talking Am I talking victimhood?
Nope.
I'm saying, look, I have a business here in America. I got everything I need here. And the bottom line is, the reason why I did the show is because the conversation is maybe we should go to Burkina Faso and back up. Ibrahim Traore don't give a flying fuck about you. You don't even know who
about some citizenship. How you gonna get citizenship in a country where they all speak French? I don't understand. That's the part that didn't make no sense about the whole thing.
It's a Danfo.
Yo, look, let me tell you something, Melissa. I'm a man. Let me tell you something. In a million years, you will never see a reparations check. Why?
Never.
Because the white man doesn't think he did anything wrong. He thinks when he looks at Africa, he thinks he did us a favor by bringing us over here.
Matter of fact, he thinks that he the victim because he got them let us out of slavery.
The white man thinks he's a victim because he got to live with niggas,
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He bring us over here to be friendly.
He said, "Look, man, we brought these niggas over here. Now we feed them. We give them jobs and whatnot. We're the victims.
Food stamps.
They got food stamps. They taking jobs. And
we got to hire them. You know what I'm saying?
We gave one of them niggas 8 years in the White House. Whatnot.
Yeah, we can't call them. We can't call them niggas like we want to.
Yeah, that's another thing. They can't beat us anymore. They can't.
Yeah.
They lost a lot, man. We used to be their property,
Yeah. They want their reparations.
Yeah, so they want their reparations. So if you think you're going to convince them to give you their money and whatnot, you're sadly mistaken.
Hey, hold on, bro. I got one more thing to say. Do black people even understand? What's the number they say they want? Like 30 or 40 trillion?
Yeah,
so, okay. Hold on. But this is the point, Colin. Do they understand what the inflation would be if they gave that? Do they know how much a water bottle would cost? A bottle of water would cost about $340.
And check this out, Melissa. If they gave everybody a reparations check, say we're sorry, you probably get like $50. Really?
Like a rebate. They give you a rebate.
You get $50 and it'll be like a rebate. You can spend it on gas. Spend it on fucking you want to pay off your student loan, back taxes.
Give them a Costco card for a lifetime Costco card or something.
Something like that.
They probably give you a Red Lobster coupon.
That's about it. Thank you, nigga. No.
Look, this is the thing, though. The funny part is that if it was us doing it to them, I would never give white people no goddamn money. If we was in the power, if the shoe was on the other foot, and there was black people with a $34 trillion, and we brought white people over here as slaves, ain't no way in the world I would ever give them. So what I would do is I would do exactly what white people do. I would make everything livable for them while I still have all the power. That's the best you would get from me.
I
think the same way white people think. If it was the other way around, I would handle it the same way.
But when you say that, Africans are going to be saying, well, they're going to go to Africa and they're gonna treat us
like
they would treat white people.
Yeah. Yeah. When I go to Africa, dollar bill, I go over there as a colonizer. That's the way I go. I go over there as a capitalist. I ain't going over there hugging nobody. I ain't going over there paying. I'm haggling at the market. I'm haggling the KK driver, the moto driver. I'm not giving away nothing. You get what I'm saying? I'm going over there I've only been to 2 countries. So the most I don't spend in Africa right now is 2 months. And when I went there, I went as a capitalist. I ain't went over there trying to hug nobody.
No, I can say, when I finally get my vehicle over there, I can probably stay for 2 months. I can stay 2 months. That's only a month. Now that I got a house over there, it makes it easy. I could.
Ubuntu while you was there, huh?
No. I was trying to get the cheap at the cheap.
I would like to see somebody besides landless African Americans practicing Ubuntu. That's what I was saying. They got their Ubuntu. They got land and they got power. And let me tell you something, Dalbell. Africans love power. They love power. They ain't gonna be like, let's sit together. They love power, bro.
Black people want it. Colin, let me tell you the straight. They might not do this up in New York, but let me tell you how sick black people in the South are, especially black men in the South. Take one wild guess. Any of y'all can answer this. Guess what car that these guys at the auction every tax season they go get?
BMW.
No, they go to the police auction and get those police cars that don't ran through, that they don't took all the stuff out.
Damn.
They ride around in Crown Vics, them little Ford Taurus,
heavy Chevys in
that's where they go get them every year. That them police don't ran them down. You know what I'm saying? They only last for about some, but because some of the police officers, they still keep the grill and they keep the light on. And them dudes be riding around like that with the motor up because black people want power, but they can't get it here. So they like to imitate the police since they can't oppress anybody else. We oppress each other. That's just how it is.
That's why
it's sad. It's sad that we act like that.
You say that, you're gonna have the Aunt Tollivers and all these other people saying that you're gonna go to Africa and you're gonna act like white people. You're gonna colonize them.
Hey, that's good. That's good. Doing it like white people. It works for them. It works for us.
You know what? And let me tell you the funny part. Let me tell you the funny part about that, dollar bill.
They act like white people.
I'm telling you the funny part about that. They actually respect it. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing about Africa, you give them a job, they'll work it. Now, Colin, he's way nicer than me when I go. I ain't that nice. I'm not that nice. Colin is way nicer than me in Africa.
Not no more, man. Not no more.
You know what I'm saying?
Ubuntu on you.
This is how they look at you. This is how they look at you, dollar bill. They know you already dropped. Say for instance, $1,000 is the equivalent of 1.5 million. That's 1,500,000 in Nigerian money. That right there, you're already over 90% of the population right there.
When you go to Africa, you're in the 5%.
You're in the Colin got that, but I say 10% at that, just to be nice. But think about it, this dollar bill, you're spending $2 million on the flight just to go over there and come back. They already know you don't drop at least $2,000.
Yeah,
like how much is your plane ticket?
Make it to that country, you got something.
How much is your plane ticket, Colin, to go back and forth?
The Liberia plane ticket, Air Morocco is $1,600, but I got some extra stuff on it.
So think about it like this, dollar bill. They know when you hopped off the plane, you already don't spend $2 million. That makes you in the 5% of the population. You ain't even went to the hotel yet. You ain't went to the restaurant yet. So they know if you already spent $2,000 to get here, they know you at least got another 500 to 1,000 to give. So that's $3,000 in their type of money. That's 4.5 million naira. And you can you can get an apartment in Nigeria and stay there for 4 years for the money that you spent just to be over there for 2 weeks. So they know you coming like that. So you coming over there being nice, they're gonna try to jug you, but you can put them to work. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep them motherfuckers busy. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that I learned about Africa. Don't let them be hanging around you, just sit around, don't be feeding them all that. Put their ass to work.
You crazy guys.
You got to put them to work. Don't let them float around you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Cause they're gonna be watching you. They're gonna be watching you like a bad chick. You gotta put them to work, man. My handler, I kept her at the market.
But
where's Mo Bamba tonight, man? Where's Mo Bamba? Did you abandon me today, Mo Bamba?
I'm talking about, the Ubuntu man. He was up here earlier. Yo, Zongo, man.
Zongo being too nice over there.
Zongo basically tried to get one night, but I said, nah. And Dama tried to get up here. This guy wanted to get up here and talk to Mr. Rose. I said, hell no. Hell.
Oh, Mo Bamba.
And Dama, man. I say, dude, man, you a weirdo. And
you don't like him, Dama?
No, I don't hate him, but he's a fucking weirdo.
He a freaky ass weird nigga, bro.
Get rid of these weirdos in my life, man. You know.
Hey, Dollar Bill. Guess what? Women that he really want to go over there and kick it with. He want to kick it with them chicks up there in Botswana or Namibia, the ones that don't take no baths, that put that red clay
with the red hair.
Oh, the sisters that in that mud.
Yeah, that's
in the mud. Yeah, that clean they pussy over a hot fire.
Oh my God.
He must have some serious porn.
Yeah. Because he was just saying it, and Colin, I don't know if Colin was sleepy or not. He was just letting him talk. At first, he was talking about he went to this Cameroon strip. It all started with, you remember that day, Colin? It all started with the Cameroon strip club in D.C. And then he was like, yeah, but you know what I really like? These women that wear these clay all over their red clay, and they put it over their hair to protect themselves.
You can't be on this show, man, talking that shit, man. Come on.
And I'm like, bro, you want to see some shit?
I must have been not on it then.
Yeah. He want to see some chicks walk around. He like them primitive chicks, walk around with their chicks that don't mind walking around with their boobs out and ain't got on no drawers.
But he like
they say, the freaks come out at night. Man.
He is freaky as fuck.
That is a freaky dude.
Crazy man or something? What's wrong with that?
He creeped Frenchie out. Frenchie was like responding to this shit. That was so funny. The comments, that was so funny, man.
But Kyle, let me tell you how I knew something was wrong with him, because I don't know if you caught this part. And he was like, well, you know, in Namibia, it's a lot of German people over there. He said, yeah, I know this girl. I ain't seen her in 20 years, but maybe I could contact her to get her to go to Namibia with me. I'm like, bro, if you ain't talked to this chick in 20 years, and you talking about now you're gonna call her up to take her over there so she can be your translator to get with some chicks that walk around with their boobs out and they got red clay dirt on their head and they ain't got no drawers on and they ain't been to the dentist ever. Like, that's how he was talking. He thought that everything he was saying was okay. You just got to watch black people like that, bro.
Yeah, you can't get around creepy motherfuckers like that.
Yeah, he creepy as hell. He freak as fuck.
And I said, you know, this country, if it keeps going on, ain't gonna be no race war, Colin. What are you talking about? I said, this country very well could be in a race war, you know? We're in a race war since we got here, you know? So what do you want on this Pan-African platform?
This young brother, if it was back in the days, the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan would have ran him down.
They the Himba chicks. Appreciate it, Melissa, the Himba chicks.
Yeah, the Himba women. Yeah.
Yeah, they like to throw some pomegranate fruit over the fire and let it deodorize that box. You know what I'm saying? That's what he wants.
Is that serious? Are you serious?
That's exactly what they do.
Oh my God.
They don't take baths, so they go in this room that they put all these fruits in, and they set it on fire, and they wrap something around them.
Let's talk about Lewis last night, man. Lewis. Yo, you was watching Hustle Sport? You was watching that?
Yeah, Lewis, that girl said something about the mud huts made out of poop. Well, Lewis went crazy.
Okay, African goddess says, Kala, what is this? Some type of weird manosphere?
We're talking about Adama. We're not talking about us, Adama.
Yeah. We ain't like that at all,
I
man.
ain't like that at all.
Because see, the thing about it is, you think like in America, like you have to really go look for a woman. Like, man, when you ain't got to do that in Africa, that they're staring at you. Like they're literally staring at you. Like you,
Even at the airport, you land at the airport, they're like freaking predators.
yeah, but I'm talking about like they are like dollar bill. As soon as you open your mouth and they hear that American accent, all their heads gonna turn around like them little squirrel looking animals in Africa. You know, they all turn their head at the same time. And that's
the meerkats.
The meerkats. That's how they are. And so you will be sitting there, you can't even really fall. And I'm gonna tell you the best thing about it, dollar bill. Them chicks over there don't even care if you got other chicks. They don't care nothing about that.
Well, I mean, anywhere in any country that's deprived economically, you're gonna find that situation. You can go to the Dominican Republic, and that's gonna be the issue. They don't care because you're the bag. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah. That's what it is. But that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is the dudes that come over there and they got that lust feel, you get what I'm saying? Like it's like you don't even have to talk. Like you just hey, come on to the house. Let's go by the market, grab something to eat. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like I went to some of the people apartments, dollar bill. Most of them didn't even have, they ain't have no refrigerator, they ain't have no TV, no radio. You know what I'm saying? They just got a cell phone, they got like a little propane with the burner. You know, they have like a little fan in there. They ain't got no.
That's what our friend Diane wants us to go back to.
No insulation, dollar bill. No insulation at all.
I'm missing out on. By the way, Tyler, I'm my whole family. We're going out to see that movie Sinners Saturday night. You know.
Okay.
I might not do a show. I might do a show after I get back. We're going to an early show, the evening show, so I should be back to do a show. But about that, yeah, like, I heard it's good. I like Michael B. Jordan. You know, she loves Michael. She's organizer because she loves herself some Michael B. Jordan. You know, she always, every time he does a movie out, she makes sure everybody goes to see him and whatnot.
The family.
Yeah, the family, everybody.
Hey, my daughter put me onto this bootleg website where I watch all the movies.
Yeah, we got that. Hold on, we got that right. But the thing is, my brother said we're gonna. He was gonna. My brother was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have it on Fire Stick, right?" All right. And then he called it, "Oh, we're going outside." I said, "See, I told you." What the hell?
Y'all gonna go pay the money,
right, and watch it. Then even if you got it on Fire Stick, watch it for free. I still like going out because we all go out together. You know,
right?
Nice. In a cafe, you can eat meals. We got order your food, popcorn, everything like that. I like going out to the movies, you know, with the family and whatnot. You know.
I don't do the movies anymore, man.
I don't do the movies no more either, dollar bill.
By the time I drink one of those big bladder busters, I realize that I missed about 15 minutes.
When I go there, man, you will like Cinema Cafe because you go as cheesesteaks, wings, everything, and popcorn, soda, beer, all that. I'm
telling you, I still got to run to the bathroom unless they got one of those things.
I run to the bathroom right there, run there, pee, whatever, come right back. What I miss, you know.
That's the thing about Netflix. Press pause and you can go use.
See, now the one in Atlanta, they got it now. You can buy liquor, so you know them dudes in there getting drunk. They be in there arguing, chicks in there be arguing. You can get look. They have like a bar.
Not do nothing in Atlanta, man. Come on.
They got the bartender.
Up in the damn movie theaters.
Collar, they got bartender in there. You can get your liquor. You can get a whole piece. I seen.
See, hold on. We got a bartender. We got a liquor in our place, right? But people are civilized where I live at, you know?
Nah.
I ain't doing that in New York. You probably get killed out there in the damn thing. I might go if I'm in North Carolina, and I'm damn sure not going to no place unless I'm in Westchester. But like I said, I sit in front of my big screen TV. It ain't the biggest, but it's big enough for me.
I mean, we do that too. We got backyard projectors.
How many inches your TV is, dollar bill?
We like going out to the movies.
Okay, mine's 75, bro. And I got them. I go get that Orville Redenbacher.
We got a popcorn machine too. We got a popcorn machine too.
Man, 65 is good enough for me, bro.
Yeah, we got all that shit at the house. My brother got a pool. Yeah, we do backyard movies too. You know, but
that's what I want to do. I want to put a pool on my deck, man. I want a deck pool.
When I go to North Carolina, he got a place where he got white folks. They live in this gated community, man. and he go, watch him. I'm gonna change the color of the pool. So he go in there with his granddaughters. All the white people walk out. I'm like, man, that's crazy, man.
And see, then we see out where we at. Every lot is either 0.8 or acre lot, right? The subdivision. And so the white people come out there. They got these big ass. They got them outdoor projection thing. You can blow it up like a.
Also, what you call Joe Mama's taking shots at you, man. He said,
"What is that?"
He said, "You full blown minstrel."
I don't know what it means.
What's he saying, bro? That's minstrel.
I don't know what it means.
No, he said you're a minstrel, whatever.
What does that mean?
Oh, minstrel is like the minstrel shows, like Jim Crow and stuff like that. You never seen minstrel shows?
Nah, I ain't never watched them.
That's what I used to call O'Shea. I was called O'Shea, a minstrel show. Let me show you. And I said O'Shea Duke Jackson's a minstrel.
I think I did a nice film on O'Shea.
What?
I think I did a nice thing on O'Shea.
Yeah, you was being too nice to him, man.
Yeah, I heard that. Dollar Bill was too nice. I heard that. He was calling him my brother, and he was saying my brother and all stuff. Like he was too nice.
I didn't call him my brother. No, I did not. I can play it again tonight. I did not.
Filmed in the uncivilized part of Atlanta. Boy, stop. You never see. Clearly, you ain't seen my house, bro. I stay. It's like 16 houses out. It's 16 or 22 houses out there, and there's only 6 black. I'm the only single guy in the whole subdivision where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, the other 5 black people are all families. I am the only single guy there. You know what I'm saying? And it's based on that. It's 94% white people out there, bro. Like we got Taylor grass, everything, man. You know, I didn't even know they do the cement got a part in it on the side of it. So it's definitely going down. But I agree with what African God is saying about the poverty trickle.
I saw so many gals I couldn't get away. Wheel about and turn about
this is
and
Jim Crow.
every time I wheel about I jump Jim Crow. Give me back my clothes, please. And so it was that a young song and dance man.
Okay, so you talking about like that eyes bucking type shit?
Yeah.
Oldest
form of American entertainment, original American entertainment.
Oh no. Now, I'm making them African chick buck their eyes when I'm banging them up for the back for $6.84. You know what I'm saying? So, but this is where it is, man. My handler works for this shop, and she makes 40. She makes $60,000 a month, Carla, and that's like $40 a month. She makes $10 a week. $10 a week.
That's sad.
$10 a week, and she at this shop from sun up to sundown.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's no type of public transportation, so they have to catch the bike or the keke. You get what I'm saying? So
what's the saying? African guys, it's become bad in Africa. Spurs leads. Y'all love white man. Or if you taking shots at African guys, ooh, females are fighting. Jeez.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, don't go over there going raw dog. But they do got this place where they advertise at the airport. I'm gonna tell you what they do advertise at the airport in Nigeria. They advertise this place where you can send your house girl or your girlfriend to go get a blood test. They got this new thing, like it's not a consensual, but it's where you go get the blood work. So now, like the places that hire the house girls, they make them take blood tests now.
Yeah,
which is which is a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Like they all have to take before you go to these, they're like a temporary agency. And for the girls to get hired, they have to be make sure they ain't got no hepatitis, no type of disease to work in the houses. That I actually like that. I actually love that.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
I ain't trying to fuck none of these bitches.
No, you married, Colin. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't trying to get
you married, so you can't do that.
Around, man. I just stay loyal. She's enough, man. I said, she goes, babe, you gonna chill me? I said, what do I need with another female for? You're enough.
But let me ask you a question though. Did you get the house in your name or did you put it in her name?
Well, it's my name with it. It's just like a lease, just like a year lease.
I got you. But what I'm saying is, with that year, you can get your residency card now, right?
I don't want to look. Like I said, people keep saying residency card. I only stay there 1 or 2 months out of the year.
No, I'm saying to get your own bank account. I'm only getting it.
Well, I got a bank account over there.
You got? How did you get that?
Because I'm incorporated.
Okay, got you.
I'm incorporated. Okay. Like I said, I fucking own that. Cause I don't go through these stuff that everybody else go through. I go there on a diplomatic visa, a VIP diplomatic visa. I go over all this stuff that I don't need no residency. I don't need no passport, Liberian passport. I go over there because I have connections with people. They know me and stuff like that. They make sure I'm good. I don't have to get residency and stuff like that. I don't need all that.
So
what I want.
So that's what I got to get. Because I'm choosing Nigeria. So therefore, I learned that the last time. So I got to get the apartment. So I'm either going to get the apartment in a weary. Oh yeah. Nigeria is my spot, man. You know what I'm saying?
How many times you go to
I can't go to Nigeria. I'm sorry.
Well, I did a month over there in Kenya. I did a month in Kenya and I did a month in Nigeria. And even though I like Kenya, Nigeria is just your money go way further in your money goes 6 times further in Nigeria than it does in Kenya. 6 times.
My whole thing is like I said, I couldn't. I mean, I would like to one day go to Abuja for a day. That's about it, and leave. But I can't do Nigeria. I mean, I saw this video. You see the video going around with these? I ain't gonna play because Africans will get mad at me. Dudes are eating a fucking rat, licking a raw rat. About to eat it. Dipping it in.
They'll throw that in the pot with some peppers and some some bell peppers and onions. You know what I'm saying?
God damn, man.
Yeah, they ain't playing. Like, listen, the thing of it is, like, they was out there selling, like, dudes out there catching lizards, man. They was out there catching lizards and shit.
They got the white guys in Louisiana. They got them giant rats. They call nutras. Man, they love eating them rats down there.
Bottom line, they can have it. I don't eat rats. I don't eat.
But put it like this, dollar bill. 2,000 American dollars will get you a 2-bedroom flat apartment, you know what I'm saying, with security for a whole year. That's about $135. That's about $130 a week, a month, and that's in a nice area with security. Like the apartment that my handler stay in is
Nigeria is definitely cheaper than Liberia. It's definitely cheaper.
Oh, it's definitely cheaper than Liberia.
Yeah, Liberia
might be the most, between Liberia and Senegal, might be the 2 most expensive places to live in the West Africa.
Liberia is very nice though. It got really nice. Yeah. It's really and look at some parts of West Africa, except for a couple of bridges in Nigeria. I look at Liberia, like the core, the basic infrastructure, like sewer lines, it's well more developed than a lot of African cities I see. Monrovia is, because it's older than most of these other African cities, And so I was really surprised when I went there for the first time. I was like, oh, this place ain't so bad. That's like I told Rosenthal, I think I'm gonna make this my base. I had no intention of making Liberia my base, so I actually went there. I was actually shocked that because I was looking online and people like Elvis, down in Liberia, Liberian shit, never developed or not. Then I went there, I was like, holy shit, this country is nice, man,
Hey, Chris, y'all Grinder, the reason why I didn't do it over there, because when I went to Kenya, like they let the white dudes get away with that, and the people that stay there, they don't, if you're like Black Americans, they don't want you putting that camera. You get what I'm saying? Like they'll be like, hey, you putting that camera, pay me. Like Kenya.
Yeah, you gotta be really careful.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that.
With that camera. The camera phone could get you arrested, because if you're like videotaping and you just have to come across a police, he sees it.
Yeah.
Videotape me. Next thing you know, you're getting all hemmed up and getting arrested and shit like that. Really, it's really serious, man. In Africa, camera phones or that. they take that shit too fucking.
Yeah, the white people do pay them. I ain't paying them motherfucking shit. I ain't paying them shit. But the best way is like just go to the market and just look at what they pay. You know what I'm saying? Pay attention to what they pay.
Don't be fucking filming everybody.
Yeah, don't film them, man. If you're American, don't film.
My very first week there, I'm at my camera out one night. Then I got the impression that people don't like being videoed.
Nah, they don't like that shit at all. And on top of that, then they got them young boys right now they will risk their life to snatch the camera. And I already know.
They'll steal your shit, man.
Yeah, I ain't
never have your phone out when not, because they'll jack you in a minute, you know.
Yep. So the best thing to do is to have one of those GoPro, or what a lot of people's doing now. They having those body cam. They got those body cam looking GoPros that people can't really tell. So a lot of people walk around doing that, but holding that camera, especially
across the Meta glasses, and I'm doing it with my Meta glasses.
Man, that shit ain't gonna work. That sun, $8 bill. You ain't seen no sun till you go to Africa, bro. I'm talking about when I was there, it was like a whole week. I didn't see a cloud in the sky. You get what I'm saying? Like that sun ain't no joke. Let me tell you, $1 bill. I was looking at. I ain't stared at my feet and my kneecap so much when I was in Africa, bro. You know what I'm saying? That walking, these motherfuckers, they trekking 5 and 6 miles with goddamn buckets and jerry cans on their head. I'm walking to the end of the street. I'm looking for the store, the chick that got the water on the head with the ice. It ain't nowhere. Let me tell you the most fucked up thing about it is nowhere to use the bathroom.
Wow.
Nowhere. It ain't like you can't go going to a restaurant and all that shit. No, man.
Before you leave.
Yeah. So that's why you'll see a lot of people, like in America, you see in America, everybody walk around with a water bottle in their hand or water bottle in their car, because you can pull up at anywhere to use the restroom. You can't do that shit there. You can't do that shit at all. That's why you don't even see them out there drinking. You don't see them out there drinking anything.
You don't drink no water.
They used to that. They eyes all red and shit, and like, you know what I'm saying, they just slim and petite, you know what I'm saying? Most of them, you know what I'm saying? They can trick like that. But me, man, please, you know how you have the hotel, like the little hand towel? Man, that motherfucker was soaked. I had it on my head and it was soaked like that. You know what I'm saying? I was dripping sweat. Of course, I heard a Uber and boat, but you get on an Uber and boat, you're gonna be just stuck in traffic if you're trying to sightsee. And if you stay out there in the area where the rich folks at, it's boring.
Where were you? Abuja, or were you in Lagos?
I went from Lagos to Asaba. So I went to Delta State.
So what made you go out there? You went out there and won a dynasty?
My handler.
Okay, how'd you meet your handler?
I met my handler at the hotel restaurant. You know what I'm saying? At the hotel restaurant, it was a dude there, and he turned me on to this girl, you know, his cousin. You know what I'm saying? And she became. That's how she became he was like, she was in Abuja. That's what happened. So I went to Abuja for like a week, and then the rest of it was in Asaba. Because Asaba was cheaper, and it's the Delta. When I got to Asaba, I fell in love with Asaba. Like it's just like it's more chilled. The Saba's like moving to the south.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? And everything is cheaper, and the vibe is different. Man, Lagos is like New York City.
Okay, more international.
Man, $1 bill, let me tell you something. You have no personal space at all.
Wow.
Where's people gonna be rubbing on the back of you, the front of you, the side of you?
Yeah, I don't want all that. I don't want nobody.
Oh yeah, African goddess. Yeah, you definitely got. You can if you buying something, you would have to. You can use the restroom if you buying something, but you know that ain't how it is in America. You can just go to a Quick Trip or a gas station and stop by. You can go to McDonald's and use the bathroom if you want to. Nobody ain't gonna say nothing to you.
I know, unless I was in a restaurant or if I was at the Airbnb when I was in Cuba, you had they had lines to go to the bathroom. And you pay when you want to get your hands dry or something. You want soap, you got to pay for that.
Oh yeah, $1 bill. It was no tissue in the bathroom at all.
Now they used to hold the tissue and the soap. And
no tissue, no tissue, no paper.
Cord or something like that.
No tissue, no paper towels, and it was no water pressure. It had like a bucket. It had like this little spout that you put the water in the bucket, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? It was no water pressure at all. No hot water coming out the faucet, nothing.
Wow.
That's how serious it is. But they do got these, like you can go around the city somewhere and you can pay the guy like 1,000 naira or 500 naira, which is the equivalent of 60 cents, 70 cents. And they got these things where you can pee in the ground. You know what I'm saying? I do talking about that. We're gonna bring Jonathan up here. Jonathan.
Oh yeah, you gotta hook up Jonathan when you go down there.
Jonathan over there goddamn practicing polygamy, bro. He on a whole different planet. You know what I'm saying?
And Jonathan think he's a Mac daddy.
Yeah. See, Jonathan is younger too, man. You know what I'm saying?
He's
like I'm telling you,
California cat.
Like this is how it works, Dollar Bill. All you have to do is hit the hot spots. Like you hit the market, you hit the mall, and you go to a restaurant, and you just take your handler with you. Once people see you with your handler, even when she go back, the girl's going to ask her, "Hey, where's that guy? Where's that?" And she gonna tell them that like they make it known, because I'm telling them they want to work. They want to work. You get what I'm saying? So she'll be like, "Hey, yeah, I work for him. That's my American boss." It's like a privilege. So you don't even have to go out anymore, Dollar Bill. She'll bring them back. She'll bring them back. She does, like I'm telling you, she does all the shopping, does all the the places like that. And that's how I ended up going from the hotel to like a apartment like style, because all them I'm gonna tell you the other fucked up part about it. The only way you're gonna not get spicy food, you're gonna have to go to a Chinese restaurant.
What?
Yeah, if you go to, man, they act like they don't even hear much English as they speak. Ask them something spicy. They act like they don't even understand you. You can smell the pepper from the door.
Well, that kills all the microchromosomes and all.
Yeah, because I had to explain that to my handler. I said, that's why y'all cook everything. Everything's so tough. I said, because the meat, but if you buy the meat at the grocery store, you don't have to burn it. Everything ain't got to be burnt and chewed and everything. And then on top of that, a lot of their food is made out of the tripe of the cow.
Yeah.
Like it's no steak. The only way you get a steak, you got to go to a restaurant. Only way you get a hamburger, they do got a Burger King in Lagos. You get a burger from like places like that, but no fucking steaks or no type. What other type of beef it is? Like ground beef like that. They don't do that. They just don't do it like that. They'll make like jollof. They like spaghetti jollof.
Yeah, they call that. Man, what do they call that stuff, man? It's
and they'll make like an egg sauce. It's like an egg sauce they make, or they'll make like some spicy ass stew, bro. It's ridiculous. And then they be sitting up there like they don't.
Soup.
Oh, but that's what I'm saying. The igusi is all tendon and tripe. All that fat, like you can be pulling on it, gelatinous. It is no type of real hearty meat to it. You get what I'm saying? So, and you definitely don't want to buy that shit at the butcher. You know what I'm saying? When he pick up that knife, it's gonna be like 150 flies just flying all around it. They just have it sit. Dollar Bill. They have it sitting out, no refrigeration at all.
Yeah, I know. I see that.
When they bring the fish out there, no refrigeration at all. So you got to get that fish when it first get there.
Early in the morning.
Early in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
You got to have somebody early in the morning pick up that fish, clean it, and refrigerate it so you can have it later on that evening.
So what I did was, once I got the spot in Asaba, man, I was sending her to the market every day to get the fruit. What they pineapples? Man, they pineapple shit on our pineapples here. Not even nothing.
Not even true. I was watching this guy. He's in Ghana. he has his handler. When he's not there, she got a room. He got a 2-bedroom apartment, and he got his room locked. And when she's not there, when he's there, she's at her family's house. She has her room locked.
Right.
She got her own room and her own bathroom. That's how he know nobody gonna break into his place, because when he's not there, she's living there.
Right. Yeah.
Handler.
And that's how you have to do it. So with me, with my handler, it is strictly been, man. And I was so happy because she came in there looking like a goddamn stick, coming there looking like straight up 6 o'clock, no curves, straight up 6 o'clock. I'm talking about like olive oil. She ain't got no curves, no boobs. You know what I'm saying?
But she's straight on the business.
She's straight on the business. You know what I'm saying? I told her, first day I told her, I'm like, man, I look at you like my daughter, just so she won't even get it twisted. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So she won't even get it twisted. But to send her to the market every day to get like I needed 2 types of meat. You know what I'm saying? And she was just like, they don't do that. You know what I'm saying? They don't eat meat every meal. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And then in a lot of they meals is rice based, and I told her I can't eat rice every day. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So what you have to do is that I had her all my food was more vegetable based. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot of greens and stuff, but they don't like to prepare it dollar bill because most people don't have but one burner.
Oh, okay.
So most of them only have so they make like 1 pot meals.
Yes.
So they'll cook the chicken and stew or the stew, and then they'll put the rice in it, and it'll just be 1 pot. But no, that wasn't happening. You know what I'm saying? I needed 2 burners, and I just where I was at had the refrigerator and everything. You know what I'm saying? So every day it was either man, you can get a whole big red snapper for like $6.
Wow.
$6 straight off the market. You get what I'm saying?
You got that made up. Yeah.
Cut it up, everything. So my thing was I used to like the fish. I like the fish and rice and the fish soup without the pepper. You
ain't with all that pepper, huh?
0 spice, bro. The only thing I can do is a couple of drops of Texas Pete. That's about it.
I like pepper, man.
I
love it out the pepper and stuff.
They peppers is on a different level, dollar bill. Like you can even when you walk in the market, it's so pungent that you can't even. It burns your eyes.
Wow.
So the thing about it is that that's why I was happy when I got her. But I'm telling you, when I got ready to go back, she just crying. She was crying because she was like, you make me work for like maybe 4 hours. You know what I'm saying? She was like, I eat with you. I eat the same thing you eat. She said, that's not like that over there. She said she worked for some people. They might give them rice and some tea. That's it.
Wow.
Like some rice and some tea. And you know what I'm saying? And then whatever food, like if I told her whatever food we didn't eat that day to me, I would tell her to take it home. You get what I'm saying? So you get what I'm saying? So she was working like that, and I was paying what she was making in a month. I was paying her that in a week.
Yeah, she can't wait till you come back.
And then every time, even when she did the KK rides, the KK try to pick up like 2 or 3 people. I said, no, when you go get the stuff,
they call that spaghetti washi. I know they use that in washi. Yeah, they call that washi.
I tell her no, just tell the KK driver, just you by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, just pay him that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't do no tipping or none of that stuff. They don't tip. They don't know what tipping is, bro. It's no such thing as tipping.
Wow.
They don't tip the KK driver, the moto driver, none of that. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So that just, you got to get unless that you're gonna be just going to the restaurants every day. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have that in the fruits and like, man, you get like, I think she went to the market. She got like 6 tomatoes. It was 6 onions, a whole case of eggs, and it was like $4.
Yeah, I know you get your pots on you because you from the South. You cook your own meal right up. So.
Yeah, but hey, man. Let me tell you something. That YouTube, because you got to take you like at least 2 phones with you.
Okay,
you get what I'm saying? So
I keep the phones here, so.
The phone she got, believe me, Dollar Bill, the phone, I told her the phone that she had is the type of phone that they give away they give away to the women at the welfare office at like
Obama phone.
Yeah, Obama phones, Obama smartphones. I like those phones ain't gonna work. So I got the S24, I got the Galaxy Note 10, and I had a Samsung like a A15 or something like that. I told her she could have it. Man, please. She was boohoo crying. Boohoo crying when I left. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta get back out there, man, and help her out.
So no, I'm gonna get the apartment. That's why I want to get the apartment. So
like I said, the other guy, he got his handler. She sleeps in one room when he's not there.
Yeah.
Because she watches the apartment.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have her do. I'm gonna have her watch the apartment I'm only getting the apartment, Dollar Bill, just to get a residency card so I can get a bank account.
Oh, okay. That's
so
smart.
you gotta have it for like 6 months. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is when next time I go, I'm gonna get the apartment. I ain't coming back for 6 months. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna get the residency card, and then I can get my own bank account because I want me a bungalow or a flat on the island in Lagos.
Oh, you want to be in Banana Island?
I'm gonna be not on Banana Island, but it's like like the area close to the Kedja. It's in the airport. Hey, Dollar Bill, for Americans, you don't want to be no more than 20 minutes from the airport.
Case you got to go.
And what they do is they have this hotel at the airport. Like, this is the only place in where I've ever seen that have a hotel at the airport. You can see the planes coming in on a private airport. It's called the Legend. And guess who owns it?
Oh.
Hilton. Hilton's owns it. And I got it.
You said that when I went to Puerto Rico, until my Airbnb was ready for me. Okay, that's what I did. I said, I ain't gonna be doing all this running around. I'm gonna spend like 2 days until my apartment was ready. I spent 2 days right there at the hotel, at the airport.
Right.
Yeah, right there.
See, French is like, tell them they try to make it seem like I'm treating her bad. I'm actually treating her better than the people and the people that she know her whole life. Like, she was boohoo crying. Like, I had to convince her to take the food home. Like, she, every day she thought I was gonna like fire her and get another girl or something. I told her no. Like, cause I wouldn't. Cause I didn't work her all day. Dollar Bill. She was worried that I wasn't satisfied with her work. Cause I only made her work like 4 or 5 hours. Dollar Bill. She's come over there like 5 or 6. Like, they get up cause a lot of them don't have the lights go out early. It get dark there around 7 o'clock.
Okay. 7
o'clock is dark. It ain't no, so she was trying to come over there early in the morning. I'm like, hell no. I said, don't come over. No. I said 10 o'clock, I'm saying, get started at 10 or something, 10 or 11. But the thing about it is, and then when I sent her to the market, like, I would give her like maybe 20,000 naira to go to the market. You know what I'm saying? And that's about $12, Dollar Bill. Yeah. $12. Man, she would come back with a whole bunch of stuff. And I like, anything left over, you just keep it. Yeah. And I gave that plus her pay. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I wanted to get the apartment. So once I get the apartment, I'm gonna get the apartment in Asaba. I had planned on getting an apartment in Benin City. That's what happened. That's why when Jonathan came up, I was gonna get an apartment in Benin City, but it was gonna be a duplex. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And I was going to use that like an Airbnb, but of course these Nigerians lying. They wanted me to give them the money to fix up the apartment. They don't have the apartment already ready, Dollar Bill.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying.
You get that in different countries. You get that that's the pre money.
Yeah.
Like if you get pre-construction or halfway at each step, and the last step, if it's already done, it's more expensive.
Yeah. So this, man, when I went to check out, we went to Benin City, man, and that's when I was shocked. So I was shocked because Benin City is like used to be the capital of Lagos.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So, but when I went to Benin City, it looked like it was ancient. It looked like you was going back in time. Asaba is 30% smaller than Benin City, but Asaba is more. They're building there. Benin City is just like a wasteland. You know what it reminds you of? Like Gary, Indiana on the downslope.
Wow.
That's what it reminds you of. You know what I'm saying? Now, Jonathan, he loves it. I saw it. I'm like, no, they ain't building that like the sidewalls, open sewers. You talking about? You got to watch where you step at in Benin City. Like you can break your leg, fall in the hole. You get what I'm saying? Like they got like little planks, just like on walking the plank, like on Pirates of the Caribbean, to walk across the sewer. You know, I'm a big guy, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, nah, we ain't walking. So yeah, and I'm telling you, my motherfucking handler, my handler is as small as, she's smaller than the chick that from the Guardians of the Galaxy. What her name is Zoli. She's smaller than her, bro. She's smaller than her. I'm talking about no curves. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, if you go on my YouTube page, anybody go on my YouTube page, it's the girl on there she wanted me to put a video of her eating the whole chicken bone. She wanted to eat the bone too. I was like, you sure you want me to? She's like, yeah. So we went and got the chicken. Like there, you buy the chicken, you go pick out the chicken, it's alive. Now, Dollar Bill, I'm a cold-hearted dude, but I could watch them kill that chicken. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So you buy the chicken, they kill it, pluck it, and then they'll have it chopped. You can give them to chop it up and ready for when you come back. But she wanted to chop up their own chicken. She just let them pluck it and all of that. Cut the head off. Asked me, did I want the head? I was like, hell no. They like, do you want? They like, so we can have the head and the feet. And she was like, you should have made them get a discount. And I said, man, let them have them feet, man. Well, ain't no fucking, you know, damn chicken feet and no chicken head.
Employee. She's a keeper.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, man, she
saved you a ton of money.
She saved me so much money. You know what I'm saying? So like I gave her. So basically, in a month, she made like 240K. So wow. that's about $160. That's $160. You get what I'm saying? So. Of course, I can afford to give her. I can afford to give her $1,000, but that you just don't do that. You don't want to overpay people to be a target. Like that's what Collar was so upset. You know what I'm saying? He was being so generous and all that. You know what I'm saying? Then you become a target. You don't even know people. You know they'll be like, "You got it, don't you?" You know, charging you exorbitant fees, man. I wasn't being charged like that at all.
That's the whole purpose of having a handler.
That's the purpose of having a handler. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, taking the clothes to get them. I wouldn't let her wash my clothes or nothing. So they have these little spots you take them to drop off your clothes while you go to the market. And these like group of women, probably like 6 of them. They just be out. I'm talking about Dollar Bill, no shade on them at all. Wow. You know what I'm saying? They'll have like two big buckets where they wash the clothes with
hand?
By hand.
Damn.
They wash them by hand. You get what I'm saying? Like they grounding up the nuts and the stuff with a little grinder thing with the little, you know what I'm saying? They real.
I remember, see, my folks from the South. I remember my mom. We used to have one when we lived in the project, where we would, you know, like if you needed a shirt to get done or you needed a fresh pair of underwear and you didn't have a chance, you know, like you ran out of underwear, and you could put you know the washboards?
Yeah.
You know the old
they ain't got that.
Man, we used to put a little detergent on the washboards, man, and get in the tub, man, and that shirt out or knock that underwear out and hang it up, man, in the morning time. And if it wasn't ready, we take it and put it like on the stove and and hang it on the stove, man. And so you gotta watch out because back then it was tighty whities. You turn around and burn. It's made out of cotton. Burn that underwear. But I know how that's rough to. That handboard was something else, man. I wish I would have kept that to show my kids.
See, African Goddess, the plan is I'm not gonna stay. I'm not gonna stay. When I come back over there, I'm just coming back over there to get I'm gonna waste about $700 or $800 just for a residency card. You get what I'm saying? Like you for $800 or $1,000, you can get like a 2-bedroom in a nice area in Asaba. That's gonna be about 1.5 million naira. And you can get a 2-bedroom in a nice area with security. You get what I'm saying? And what it is, Dollar Bill, where they put, if you get a spot with a washing machine, it's gonna be right there where the dishwasher would be at in your house.
Okay.
They don't have no they don't have no washer and dryer connection. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Until you go to the mainland. So that's what I'm trying to do. So this is the plan, African Goddess. When I go back over there, I was gonna get the apartment in Benin City. Benin City is lawless, damn near lawless. So that's why that's probably why Jonathan like it. He younger. Me, I'm older. So I'm like, yeah, it's cool, but it's a little lawless, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, like they riding the mini buses and the buses all wild. People standing on top of the KK. Like they wild as fuck. It's a lot of young people in Benin City, but in Asaba it's a little mature. It's mature, just like I like it. So the reason why I want a residency card, African Goddess, Melissa, is so I can get a BVN number. I need a BVN number so I can get a bank account. You have to get, the only way to get it is the quickest way to get is a residency card. Okay. That's the quickest way to get it. So then once I get the residency card, then I can start transferring money over there when the naira is high. You get what I'm saying? You just go to send yourself. So now I can send myself like 1,000 when the naira is high, like it is now. Like it's like 1,700. I can send myself $1,000 dollar bill. That's 17 million in their money. $1,000 is 17. $1,000 is 17 million their money. Or 1.5.
That's crazy.
No, change that. I'm sorry. $1,000 is 1.5 million. It's 1.5 million in their money. And so you can get like a nice flat and a high-rise dollar bill for about $40,000. Wow. $40,000. I'm talking about high-rise with security, 24-hour electricity, 24-hour security, clean water, you know what I'm saying? Everything on the island for 40,000 US. So that's what I want. So I want that permanent spot like that.
Okay.
So that's the plan. You get what I'm saying? Or you can get a bungalow for about 30,000, which is about 45 million naira. 45 million get you a nice bun. That's only if you want brand new. I'm going for brand new dollar bill. You get what I'm saying? So if you get it brand new, you get it with the most modern style that they have. You get what I'm saying? And everything that they building now, new, they building like how they trying to build now, everything underground. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that's the plan, is to get a high rise for about 40,000, which will be about 60 million for like a real nice one. But you can get one for like 40. You can get like one of the used, like a high rise, maybe 5 or 10 years old. You can get it for like 35,000 US. But you want the newest one that's built. That's 40 million. And on top of that, they'll give you 6 months. It'll be 6 months the same as pay.
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? But you got to pay it off in 6 months, though. They ain't got no 30 years and shit. You know what I'm saying?
6 months, you pay that sucker off?
Yeah, you gotta pay. But I'm already gonna have the money there. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so your plan is to have that money already stashed.
So I'm gonna be sending close to maybe $1,000 a week once I get the bank account.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Somewhere in there. So $1,000 a week. That's about 6 million naira a month. So in 6 months, I'll have the money to be 6 months to be there. So it that's not gonna be any problem. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what, Dollar Bill, I just came off child support. I just came out child support. You know what I'm saying? So
Money's your own, huh?
Man, hey man, look. You know what? And you know the thing about it, I try to talk to the brothers, man. I try to help get jobs. I be like, look, man, I don't care how much your baby mama still want to fuck. Do not fuck your baby mama, bro. I said, do not fuck her. Do not be in her business. You get what I'm saying? I said, if you don't do none of that, you can work out a deal with her on the child support. I don't give a damn. She got the whole Atlanta Falcon practice squad up in there. Long as your son good, don't you be worrying about what's going on at that house. I don't give a damn. She come out there with some leggings on, none of don't even be going in the house. I try to tell brothers like that. And that'll keep you off child support. Because as soon as you don't do something she don't want, she knows she got the power of the state. She go down there and put that paperwork on you. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Thank God I never had to deal with that, man.
Man, you good. You definitely good. You know what I'm saying? And one of the reasons why I didn't, because my baby mom actually got married after that, and she had 2 more kids. But then the dude she married turned out to be a bum, and then she started getting get on this lottery plan where she stayed in this condo. You know what I'm saying? Got a lottery stay in this condo, and it was like a condo where East Lake, where they have the golf at East Lake Meadow Golf Course. That's exactly what she stay at.
Okay.
I mean, rent would be like which is cheap for New York, but like $2,000 a month. She's only paying like $600 or $800 for something that costs $2,200. Her next door neighbor paid $2,200. So, but
hustle. Let me get Jonathan on here. See what he's saying.
I put him up there.
Yeah, Jonathan, go ahead, bro.
You know, Jonathan could be.
No. Go ahead. I'm enjoying listening.
Well, I want to get to the topic. You know.
You been quiet for goddamn 30 minutes, bro. You could have got to
Kyle, I low-key thought you went to sleep.
Yeah, we thought you was gone, bro.
No, I was sitting there listening to you guys talk.
I was going to ask you where the collar go.
Nah.
Move there. You know, I want to start you guys' business. You know, Dollar Bill might want to move there, Nigeria. You know, who knows?
You too, Kyle? You gonna move to Nigeria?
Kyle is a Liberian lord.
Look like I'm going to police.
You'll never see me in Nigeria. I go to any country but that country.
I
can go to Nigeria, trust me.
25,000 in Amber's Keys. I'm only 2 hours away from New York, and $1 Belizean dollar, $1 American dollars, $2 Belizean dollars. And they got a state-of-the-art medical center.
That's important, you know, your healthcare system.
Yeah.
Any country you go to, man, like you have to have the ARP there. And when me and Bomani looking up today, you know the only country that has the ARP? Guess what? In Africa?
Where?
South Africa.
Huh?
South Africa.
I believe that.
So, bottom my American Association of Retired Persons. You know, that right there, it's like if people try to talk about repatriation and you're not talking about the ARP and certain groups and whatnot, and also healthcare systems and stuff like that, man, they're not going to go. You can talk all you want. You know, that's what I said about, you know, when I hear Dynasty, he's like, oh, dude, does anybody ask, does Burkina Faso got an adequate medical system right now?
Is Dynasty on the tour to Burkina Faso?
No, he's like, you know, the whole thing is even having a conversation about repatriation to a country, you know, it's like, dude, we're not desperate to fucking go to. What's this idea? I get this is what annoys, it kills me. That's what angers me about this movement. That's why I can't have no credibility anymore, because People think I'm like that. I am not telling somebody your life is so fucked up. You got to run to Africa tomorrow without no plan, no nothing. You know, I never told anybody that. You know, I resent people trying to make it seem like even people in my chat room think I'm trying to convince people to move. That I am not. Look, the bottom line is I'll try to talk people out of that shit. You know, more than I would talk people into it. I'll be like, oh no, you're not ready to make that move over there and change your life. You're not ready for that for permanent. You can go visit, go on a tour, stuff like that. You know, maybe get a crib, spend like a couple months out of the year. But to say I'm just gonna friggin' just leave America behind and go to Africa, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard about. I never told anybody that. And I never told anybody also, I never told anybody you should get a passport in another country, you know? I say it's not necessary. You go there, a U.S. passport, you can always come back, you know? That's all you need, you know? Yeah, I never told anybody to buy land in Africa, you know? I don't even tell people to buy property. I say, look, man, just rent for a couple of years, right? If you're going to live there, rent for a couple of years, not see how you're doing, and then the opportunity to buy a property, if you come across it, will happen, you know? But just putting yourself in the continent, get yourself a rental property for the first couple of times and whatnot, you know, or what. And then, but I never, all this stuff people are talking about doing, getting land and spending 30 years to build one house. It's just
they gonna farm the land and build a catfish. Man, listen, I never get when I watch Afro's think tank and I saw the damn catfish. I'm like, nigga, you just put up some goddamn blocks.
Yeah,
I ain't seen that one catfish in there. I just saw some blocks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought he said, I know he was building the latrine or whatever like that. So he ain't got no cash for it.
I didn't see nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I see him making videos looking hot and sweaty and just pointing and making stupid ass faces at the camera.
We're talking about Kamalamala.
Yeah, I don't understand that. It's like he on that medication or something. He got like an honorable discharge or something off about him. Melissa said no, African. No, it's not mortgage. Believe me, them giving you 6 months to pay it is not a mortgage. They
don't understand that a mortgage is like 30 years.
Yeah, no, it is no type of mortgage.
Ghana, they give you. They will your house. They want to pay back in 5 years. Whatnot, you know?
Nah, Nigeria not doing it. What they basically saying that you have to verify that you already have the money. They just know that if you're coming from another country, you know you getting that much money.
Yo, check this out. This is ignorant talk about. This is supposed to go. Africa has mortgage for citizens. Okay, so you understand?
No, that they don't.
No, they don't. No,
I wouldn't go that far.
Nah, there ain't no mortgage. People say they save up. You get what I'm saying? They have to buy. And believe me, everybody that's on the island in Ikeja, and they already got the money. You have to already have your money.
Yeah, or let's say this is what a lot of people in Liberia do, right? They'll have a house in America, right? Okay, a house. They build equity and whatnot, and they say, you know something, because you can build a brand new house in Liberia, nice, for like $50,000, right? They'll get like 30,000, 20,000 out of their house in America, pull it in there, put down on a house in Liberia, and finance the rest. That's why people do it, you know. And so you already got this, like, but ain't nobody you can't just go to a walk down the street on Tubman Boulevard, walk in the office, hey, babe, we're gonna get a loan for a house, you know. What the fuck you think will happen? You know, in a country like, Africa, no. Mortgage, no. Now, if you got a foreign company, if you got own property overseas, and you own several buildings, you say, hey, look, they say, hey, fine, it's your money. You can have it. You know, it has $100,000. Go ahead and build yourself a house. That's how people do it. You know, that's how Lebanese do it. Everybody else do it. Right?
They don't have anything like a 15-year, 30-year mortgage. They don't have that. Doesn't exist.
There's no Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Yeah.
You know? There's no mortgage rating systems or whatnot. There's no Moores and Porty, S&P or Moody's and stuff like that. You know, people got to understand. Black people understand. Well, listen, you're going to the third world. You know. Delta Trust Mortgage Bank.
And those banks ain't even like the funny part is it was with most, you know what you want to know the craziest thing I realized, Carla? They got about 20 different banks, all of them are online on your cell phones.
Yeah.
OPay, PalmPay is like one of the two popular banks. Call it. They do not have it's all on your phone. It's all online.
Yeah, that's what the online banking. That's what we tried to do with.
So you got UBA, you got Zenith, you got Access, you got Fidelity Trust.
Would you tell African Goddess, right? He probably got a loan on a house when that's
Yeah.
not a mortgage. It's not. He probably took out a loan. It's not a mortgage. You know, a mortgage is always 30 years, not 15 years.
Yeah, it's like Chime. They got the Chime is Chime. Yeah, it's exactly like Chime. So yeah, but those are the top four: UBA, Access. They got GTB too, Guaranteed Trust Bank, and FTB Bank.
Yeah. So, but the average person, you getting a mortgage in Africa, like Kidola, he said, "We don't need mortgage on that. That nigga ain't got no mortgage on the house." You know, there's no way to build equity and liquidity.
Yeah, but that's the part. So they're calling it a mortgage, but it's not because you don't build no equity. So if you want to call it mortgage, then call it a mortgage. But it's nothing but a loan.
You can't get a line of credit.
It's mortgage according to
it's mortgage according
to their system.
To their system is a mortgage, but you can't get no bank loan offered from America. And say, look,
I tell you what, another thing.
20 years in, I got this. What's my equity? They're gonna look at you. Are you fucking kidding me? Get that.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Since they think it's a mortgage, try to get a second mortgage on it. In
that's what I'm saying. Try to get
yeah, that ain't happening.
That's the whole purpose, to be able to get a second mortgage, equity line of credit, to pay off your debt, consolidate bills, and all that. What's the point of having it there? I'd rather rent. You know,
look at you like you lost your mind. A what? Second what?
Now, Colin, my plan is that in 10 years, I want to retire and sell my house and then stay in Nigeria for the rest of my life. Now, I can do that.
Yeah, you could probably buy a house.
What?
Like 7%.
Yeah, I'm just like in 10 years. Now, 10 years, all my kids grown and shit, and then I ain't never got to come back to America. Because think about it like this, Jonathan. My house right now, would it be if I sell my house right now, I can get $320,000 for my house, right? 320. I know dollar bill like shit. My house $1 million, but in America, I can already $6 bill right now.
That's actually good. That's
dollar bill live in New York. That don't count.
I know, right?
Deep South.
That
don't count.
Deep South.
No, I'm just fucking with you, man. So $300,000 for the house. You get what I'm saying?
That's actually pretty good. You know?
So in 10 years, it might even be better. You know what I'm saying? 300. You know what I'm saying? Because even Dinah's, my house is bigger than Dinah's house. You get what I'm saying? And Dinah's house costs more because he stays closer to the city. I stay more on the outskirts. Because, I bring my truck home. You know what I'm saying? Like, my truck is in my driveway. You know what I'm saying? So, 300. If I take 300,000 for my house, you know what I'm saying? Sell my truck, whatever truck I have, that's going to give me about 350,000, which is about close to 500 million naira, Jonathan. So if the house already paid and I got 500 million naira in my pocket, 500 million.
I'll make you a chief. You get one of them red
hats. No, you be the president with 500 million.
Yeah, you're gonna be chief hustle smart.
One of them red hats.
Yeah, you can be a senator with that type of money. So what I'm saying is, it just live a quiet life. Ain't Jonathan. I ain't running up with them wild ass niggas in Benin City. I don't know how Jonathan do it. I don't know how he do it in Benin
Jonathan
City.
Is what I call hood chic.
Yeah, that's that young
thank
shit.
You, dollar bill.
Them niggas is wild. They just wild. You can tell they got a wild young spirit in Benin City. I couldn't do it. I couldn't wait to get back to Asaba. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. So you think about it like this, Carla. Everything that's paid, like you gonna spend about at the most just groceries. You gonna spend at the most $50 a week on groceries. At the most.
Yeah.
Like you got to try to spend. I'll say 6, which is basically like 100,000 naira. $60 at the most. That's if you got a family.
Well, see, that's
in the Saba. If you move to Lagos, that ain't gonna be the price.
Yeah, it might be a little higher. It might be a little higher. I mean, I'm still gonna be a market boy unless I have to get the meat. Now you got to get that meat from ShopRite. Don't buy that meat. Don't buy that meat at that. Don't buy that meat at that goddamn market. You know what I'm saying? The only meat you buy at the market is the fish, and this only when it comes off the but when they got it in the center like that, you know what I'm saying? That's it. But like shrimp and stuff like that, you got to go to the grocery store for that. But all the fruits and vegetables, you can get that from the market. But I'm telling Colin, the price.
You get up early, your handler get up early in the morning, and when the boats come in, get that first catch of the day.
Yep. They snappers, but I'm telling they pineapples are just different. And they're a different color too.
The best pineapples, man.
They got some great pineapples.
Yeah, cut that thing. I'll make a whole big giant bowl of them. Sit there.
Put it in the refrigerator.
I love Liberian pineapple, African pineapples. They're freaking good.
Now, Colin, only thing
freaking 75 cents.
Only thing I didn't like, Colin, was that they sell them watermelons, but they be hot out there, man. I can't do no hot watermelon.
We get watermelon. We get that thing put in the refrigerator. Get it cut up later. Between watermelon, you get a watermelon and a couple of pineapples, like $2, man. Try doing that in America.
$2.
$2.
Yeah. I find the watermelons in America a lot more sweeter than the ones in Africa so far.
Who cares? They're Liberian watermelon.
They get they can have the pineapples. They win there.
The pineapples.
I still prefer American pineapples. They last longer. They might kill you, but they last longer.
That's what I'm saying. Holla. I got American pineapple like 6 weeks ago, bro. My whole
and it's still
lip,
good.
Man, my whole lip was bleeding, man.
American pineapples are garbage, man.
Man, it shit started eating the inside of my lips. I bit on like a towel, my shit was bleeding, man. I'm like, what the fuck happened, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you got to soak the
South American joint.
Man, you got to soak the man. You don't have to. The ones in Africa, they can cut that shit up right there and put it in the bag. You can walk around. Now I can eat a warm pineapple, but I can't eat warm watermelon.
They probably ain't got no damn cantaloupe, man.
I didn't see cantaloupe. You can buy cantaloupe.
I didn't see cantaloupe.
They ain't got no cantaloupe.
I ain't seen no cantaloupe, but they'll bust you upside the head with them coconuts though.
I hate coconut. I hate every time me and Mamani argues over this. He likes coke. I hate coconut.
When I go to Florida,
I can't stand. Only thing I do with coconut and put it in a smoothie, and that's the only thing I did not like about like Africa. It was nowhere to get like a smoothie or something like that.
And also fountain sodas, man.
They got smoothies in Benin though.
Yeah, you ain't gonna give me all that. That means
they got smoothies in Benin, man. They got smoothies, slushies. They got all kinds of stuff in Benin.
Man, he ain't gonna get
Willie's.
They got them. They got the American stores in Benin. The Hallmark. You go there, you buy your Canada Dry, your Welch's grape juice, your cereals, your American toilet paper.
Man, they got the Domino's pizza in the Cold Stone. Look like it's in a trap. You know what I'm saying?
It don't matter. They got it. Don't talk about Mazzapelli Road Cold Stone, nigga.
No, you talking about some jagged edges, boy. The rocks they got the rocks and stones sticking out the ground. You have to watch. Like don't fall down. Don't trip, man. Like you know what I'm saying? You got to watch your step over there. Like in America, you don't really have to watch your step. People don't really notice that in America. You walk with your eyes up. In Africa, you have to walk with your eyes down.
I don't know, man. I went to South Carolina. You don't walk with that. You'll be hitting it. You'll be in the middle of the damn highway or something, man.
But it's still better than jagged edge rocks coming out the dirt, man. You know what I'm saying? It's Benin City, ain't it? Benin City just look. Hey, John, did you get a chance to go to Asaba?
Nah, I ain't went yet. I'm gonna go though.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
You live with both of your wives, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I can't do it. I can't.
You're a bad dude.
I can't see. I just.
So, like, how do you split your time up? You have them both laying with you in the bed, or you got different days?
Yeah, that's a good question though.
It depends.
It
depends. Things change after a baby born, because now the baby gets to sleep in the bed too.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. But they have no problem with that. Like they got their own room. You just got to see the way they grew up, and the way how they live. So you tell them like, hey, baby, like you can have your girlfriend and be like, hey, this your room right here. You know what I'm saying? Like when your period on. Like your period on or something, you know what I'm saying? You sleep in this room. She'll be like, cool, okay. I got my own room. I'm like, yeah, fix it up how you want. Put your clothes in here. You know what I'm saying? Like they happy, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Talking about refrigerator. Like, I'm telling you, if you got a refrigerator and a microwave, you like a god. You know what I'm saying? Like just a refrigerator and a microwave and a stove.
Get you on the washing machine, and they don't care who you got in there.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. Now, me personally, the only place I saw they had like the washing machine connectors was on the island, the apartments and stuff on the houses on the island. But they definitely didn't have that in the apartments. What I saw in the apartment was the washing machine where, like, the same place where my dishwasher is in my kitchen. That's where the washing machine would be at. So that's why I saw all washing machines in the kitchen.
Backyard, like on the back of the house, right near the deck, or they'll have them like if you're in a high rise, they'll have that joint right there on the high. When you're in the back part of the terrace, they have a little spot for the dishwasher.
So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
This person, Melissa, she said that if she was in Nigeria, she would live with Nollywood stars and hang around them. She wouldn't be around the poor. I want her to come up and explain that. Like, why would you want to be around a bunch of rich people all the time?
Yeah,
there's something wrong with being around poor people.
Africa, soon as she get one of them big, tall Mandingo brothers running around there, she'll have one of them. She gonna care where she living at.
But this is the funny part. The way Africa is set up, they don't really have a middle class. So it's either you're rich or you're poor. So, but it's like a poor, then it's the slum. So it's like slums, poor, then rich. That's how it is. It's really not a middle class.
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, my plan is to. But I have to guarantee my handler. I want her to move to goddamn when I get to buy the house, which is gonna be like in 2 years. But I want her to move to Lagos. You know what I'm saying? I want her to leave, but she can't afford to live in Lagos by herself. So I just want to guarantee her that spot. You know what I'm saying? So she can live there. Cause ain't nobody gonna marry her. You know what I'm saying? She like olive oil. Nobody's like.
So come on now. Anyone can get married in Nigeria. It ain't America.
You might have to marry her and make her your proxy wife.
Nah, bro.
Do that, Sam.
She considered damage good. She 28 years old. You get what I'm saying?
You might have to marry her to be your proxy wife.
Nah. Hell no. She's gonna be my valet.
Listen,
you know what I'm saying? She gonna be my cousin.
If you want to be happy for the
she gonna poison your other girlfriends.
Make another woman your wife.
I told you, Jonathan, the first thing I told her.
Remember that old Calypso? You remember that collar?
What's that?
If you want to be happy for the rest of your life,
African goddess, you are British middle class, not Nigerian middle class.
Yeah. Get you one of them. You might listen. You might need to marry her, make her your proxy wife.
Nah, bro. Nah. Because let me tell you what I did. I started grooming.
This gonna get poisoned.
Yeah, this how I started grooming her. I started telling her, like, look, I see you like my daughter. So what I did was a lot of time I would call, anytime we were talking, if I have my daughter on the phone or whatever, and she'd be like, I was like, look, I'll treat you the same as I treat my daughter. You get what I'm saying? Like nothing but respect. Just respect yourself around me. You know what I'm saying? Don't walk around me, naked and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's how I said I wanted to have that trust with you, just like my daughter. I want you to be my daughter. I am. Just let it put straight friend zone. Straight friend zone. Our
You gonna
friend
come
zone.
home one night drinking some of that Lagos beer.
Nah, bro.
You
I'm
gonna
telling
wake
you,
up
man.
and
Hey,
oh my God, I knocked her off. Oh Lord.
bro, man, she built up like some broken glasses. You know what I'm saying? Like she is Olive Oyl twin sister. She got
She might be the best thing ever happened to you, bro.
she ain't got no curves at
She might
all.
take care of you in your old age. Bro.
Nah, that's what I wanted to do.
Hey,
That's what I.
I got Dollar Bill. I'm tired of going to bed. You will carry on the show?
Yeah, I carry for a little while.
All right, bro.
All right, caller.
Take care. Good night.
Yes, sir. No, bro.
Yeah, you might have to keep it as a right, Jonathan?
I'm gonna keep her because ain't nobody gonna marry her. Listen, Dollar Bill. All you gotta do is go to my channel and look at go to my channel real quick. Matter of fact, you can pull it up. You can bring it up on there. You can bring up. You can see it.
Oh my God.
So bring it up. Play the.
Let me see. You saying
what is it? A short?
No, it's not a short. It's a video, and I got it as the
Academy.
Yeah.
Nigeria one and only bone burglar one.
The bone. Yeah, the bone burglar. Yeah.
The bomb.
Bone. BONE. BONE.
Bone burglar.
Yeah, just go to the channel. You'll see it. It's the only chick that eating a whole chicken bone. Straight up. Hey.
Oh my God.
Hey, believe it. I did not.
For a minute.
Go ahead. Okay. But see, the thing about it is, what they don't understand, you giving her a lifetime job where she's living in a good condition, man, she ain't finna fuck that up. You get what I'm saying? Because she's already at that age, Jonathan, where, she know that she's 28 now and she ain't got no suitors, you know what I'm saying? And then she in a Saba with all them chicks that got asses. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm looking at some clay stuff, the bone burglar, the bone thief, the bone 3D.
Hold on, but are you on my page?
No, I'm not on your page. I'm trying
to go. You got to go to my page. Go to the page.
Put it in the I'm
gonna spell it out to you. It's DSIMP. It's one word. THESIMPPOLICEACADEMY. The Simp Police Academy.
Okay. Why did he say something about bone burglar?
Well, that's the name of the video.
She's eating the bone.
Yeah, she eating the bone.
Shit.
But you gotta just go to the page though, Dollar Bill.
Oh, baby girl. God damn it.
You see her?
God damn it.
Yeah, nobody ain't mad at her.
Bone.
Yeah.
That was crazy, man.
And she enjoyed it, right?
Yeah, she's eating the bone. She's killing herself and don't even know it, eating the damn bone.
Yeah.
Oh, baby
up her
girl.
guns and shit. She said that's where the flavor at. The only thing I can think about it, I guess that's what my dog thinks too. When she said that, I said, you know what? That's what my dog be thinking about too, man.
I ain't surprised by it. I remember we had my wife's family came over, and I was trying to cook some chicken and shit, and I actually fucked up the chicken. I threw the whole chicken away, and they came and took the chicken out the trash. I was just like, "How y'all doing this?"
Put in the back chat.
This is Africa. This is Africa. We don't waste food. It's bullshit.
Because I don't know why I can't get it.
I just put in the back chat.
All right, let me
go. Eat anything and everything.
All I got here is
that shit.
Cook, like black people are getting that. I don't know what the hell this motherfucker.
No, I put it in the back chat. So just like copy and paste it and then search the channel. You got to put in the search, put the name of the channel in the search bar.
No, Prince of P. In the Caribbean, y'all actually eat people. There's a difference.
Prince of P eating people?
Yeah, Prince of said Haitians eat people. I'll never forget he said.
Oh, they definitely eat them lizards over there in Haiti, bro.
Oh, they like them little the ones that they in Florida. Trinidad, they eat them too.
Yeah, they even in Trinidad.
You ever seen how many of them lizards that be doing push-ups and shit out there in Nigeria? Everywhere you go, they just doing push-ups.
Put it in the private chat.
I did.
I don't see it in the private. You got it in the regular chat. Put it in the private.
Hold on.
Private. Okay, let me see. Yeah, you got. Yeah, but every time I put up Ship Police Academy, it don't freaking come up. All right, hold on. I know what to do. I know I'm making my mistake.
Goddamn Haiti, man. it need to be an earthquake to destroy Haiti, all of it, and then they just need to rebuild it back up. You know what I'm saying? Cause that shit.
I'm gonna have to subscribe to you so I
can subscribe to me.
All right, let me
and then you doing it from your Ubuntu channel?
Yeah.
Okay, then I subscribe back to you.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
So bring it up full screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna copy it and then bring it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I seen people. She ain't that ugly. I seen uglier people than her.
No, she. Oh, it definitely people ugly than her, but I'm just saying.
She's not actually ugly. She's just old.
She just old.
She just old.
She old. She old. Yeah, for Africa, she's 28.
That's not old.
Yeah.
That's old in Africa.
That's old in Africa, bro.
That's young in America, old in Africa.
Yeah.
There she is.
There you go.
Uglier people than that walking around every day in the South Bronx.
Make it bigger, Dollar Bill.
She can shoot. She came to America. Somebody married her.
No, don't lie, Dollar Bill.
Yeah.
I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth.
Started over. Hey, drop down American Goddess comment. Can you drop that down, Dollar Bill?
Hold on. Let me. Well, okay. I'm in the thing. Okay, so I got to go back and stop sharing for a minute. To drop down American Goddess. Hold on. American Goddess. Where's she breathing from?
Comment.
Man, who's snoring like that? Who else snoring like that?
No, Jonathan.
Gotta just stop snoring, man.
That ain't me.
That might have been Carla. Carla didn't drop down.
Hold on. Hell, let me see this. How do I take this off?
Maybe because I said try to put up another comment. Try to pull up another comment first.
This is what I'll do. I'll put
there you go. Now take it down.
Now I'm gonna put hi.
There you go. Now I bring up the video.
I'm gonna present my story. Damn, Colin, you sleeping like a
Principal, you don't want to say Haitians eat people. You said y'all eat dirt cookies. You forgot what you said.
I'm telling you, she can get married in America.
Bring it.
No, she can't, Dollar Bill.
Nah.
Y'all think I'm joking, man.
And then she got that. Hope she ever hit it. I'm sorry if I ever say that. Then she got that nose like the Crypt Keeper. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna start taking pictures of some people. I work in the South Bronx. Shoot, she can get somebody in South Bronx.
No, she can't, Dollar Bill.
I'm being honest with you.
Look at that shoulder blades. She got them KG shoulder blades, bro.
I'm telling you, somebody.
I'm just so happy. Sim went out there and he changed someone's life.
Yeah, look at her. Look at that bone.
She ain't got to eat the bone no more. She probably still gonna do it though.
She get one of them older Nigerian men, them suckers. They'll take her.
Yeah, she happy.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, got a little juice in the eye. I mean, she ate the bone quicker than she ate the meat. She was savoring that flavor. Look at her, man.
I'm telling you, I was expecting to see somebody really ugly. In New York,
she cleaned the whole damn chicken.
In New York, one of these Nigerian dudes that have one of them older dudes with one of them big hats and stuff.
Dollar Bill, that was true. She'd be married right now.
No, she probably can't get married in Nigeria, but if she
damn sure ain't gonna get married in New York.
Okay.
Why she's showing you what she's gonna do with that bone, dollar bill.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do.
What you gonna do?
Take pictures with my phone that's on my glasses, and let you see some of these mofos out here getting married in New York. You're gonna be like,
listen to that crunch, dollar bill.
You're gonna be like, damn. I'm telling you, she can get married in New York. One of them guys are coming in talking her language. Next thing you know, she be married off. He'll knock her up with about 4 kids.
Look at that. She's in the bed. Like, man, we would have got that chicken from the market. They was calling her rich auntie.
At 28.
Let's jump right into it with the baseline, as we always do. Last night, not a good night.
I don't know what the hell that's.
They was calling her rich auntie at the market. Now go to the other one with the. Now go to the other one with the Kenyan chick.
I'm telling you, she can get married in New York. You don't realize
as a bloodhound. As a police dog.
That's what y'all think.
No, man, that ain't it right now.
We got some foreigners that marry her, and she be locked away, cleaning the house off, and about five or six kids. Man, she be the second wife, but she'll be like The Color Purple.
No, but
you think I'm joking?
No, man. Hey, but listen, that's what I'm saying. I was shocked. She ate a whole bowl without no water. She ate the whole. I done went through like 3 bottles of water because I'm like a camel. I mean, she ate all that food and then drank nothing. Ate that bone and then drank nothing. That was like amazing.
Which one you got? Husky hyenas? You crazy as hell.
Hey, no, go to the. You might be on the lines. Go to the video. Just go to the videos.
Oh my God, husky hyenas! You got.
You saw how I dressed up the husky hyena?
Oh my God,
man! I don't be playing. I just couldn't afford to do that. Just to do it every day, man. I just couldn't do it, man. Collar's a special breed to do it every day.
Fufu, okay. You want 3 years ago cassava, lamb, and fufu with the wind shorty. Or you want the fake Jamaican vegan breakfast?
No, it's like a market video. You can see like it should be like a market video.
Did I present? Let me see. I present so you can tell me where to go.
Oh yeah, present it.
I got you the Simp Academy. Sharon, tell me where to go now.
Then go to videos.
Video. I'm in videos now.
Oh, it's the second one right there. It's the second one.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, that's the sandals. That's the sandals.
Carla gonna kill me in the morning.
Yeah, there you go. See they pineapples? Man, I was in love.
They look like Hawaiian pineapples. They look beautiful.
You're African.
They got spices and watermelon.
Now they was speaking Swahili. I ain't understand none of that shit.
These African voices irritate the hell out of me.
Yeah, they are, man. It's kind of, yeah, they voice kind of. That trick your booty. They got a lot of that going on in Africa, bro. That's that trick your booty, man. It be thick at the top, then it fall off at the bottom.
It's just like a damn stick afterwards. So
yeah. So a lot of that trick your booty going on. But do you see the difference between Kenya? Like Nigeria's not like that. Like you'll be seeing bikes flying around there, blowing the horn. Kenya is more chill. This is actually Mombasa. See how they got all the greens and stuff out? That's the type of stuff I like.
I be telling my son, he's 30. I said, man, if I was 30 years old, I'd be out there in Africa doing my thing.
Yeah, I got tricked, Jonathan. I got tricked. But it be tight though, you know what I'm saying? They ain't got that many miles on it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But so do you see the difference, Jonathan? That, like the people on the bike ain't blowing the horn or nothing. I mean, they do blow it, but not that bad.
I know what you're trying to say, bro. Benin City is wild.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree, okay. Everyone's rushing on bad roads.
Yeah.
Yelling and shit. I get it.
Mubasa's kind of laid back, and Asaba is just like this. Asaba is just like this.
I don't like that laid back shit. I like wild shit.
You see the block? You see the cement block cutting board? God, their voice is so irritating, bro.
Joyce, hello, mama. Okay, she gonna get the plantain for the night. Sep is doing a hustle smart.
Right. So I told her to go drink all of this before, I come out the bathroom, right? Look what she left.
Left a swallow.
Look, that's somebody that's playing. Look what she left, y'all.
A swallow.
Look, hold on, let me tell it the other way. So y'all don't think I'm trying to spread this out or make it look big. I ain't gonna even show her face. So now I ain't gonna show you. You ain't gotta turn. I'm just gonna show the look because this is disrespectful. Look, that is what you call. Okay, for anybody that's white that might look at this, if you want to know what black people call a Kona of liquor, something just to wet your tongue, this is what she left. This is what she left. Hold on now. Hold on. Got a whole thing of this. Cavassier. Look at the mist.
Yeah.
Look at the mist on the bottom. All of this, damn near 90% in the bottle, right? She's gonna drink and leave this. Look. Now I'm a white drinker myself. I'll drink this. I have no problem with drinking it. But look at that. That is a Kona. That is the official word. If anybody watching this and they had like the dictionary, people watching the Urban Dictionary, if you want to know what a corner is, what black people call a Kona, not a corner, a Kona, a liquor, this is what it is right here. Look.
Oh my God.
Look. And she sat it down like it was like something to do.
Oh my God.
So that means that it was some more liquor in there. She put it to her lips, drunk it, and felt this much pressure. That ain't even a lot of pressure, y'all. She felt that on her lips, and she'd be like, all right, I'm gonna leave it back in the bottle.
I'm gonna leave that in the corner.
Come on, y'all. Like, look. Now, she tried to say I'm controlling, but ain't nobody agree with this. This is what you call a corner. A corner of liquor, a corner of Hennessy.
She want to leave.
Now, just so if y'all didn't see it the first time, this is what we got left. Look, Misty. With Ha playing. Misty.
Man, this was some soft D's ghetto shit, right? This mashed potatoes on the thing.
That's
Oh,
it.
there she is sitting watching
2 hours
TV.
and 45
No,
minutes.
she facing the
You can't even
wall.
see it. If you set it up right, it looked like it's something you should throw away. But we don't throw away no Hennessy. Because I don't throw away no tequila. She left a Kona in that bitch. A Kona, shawty. That's that DC. I said it wrong. That's that DC hood booger gutter shit. A Kona Hennessy. When you got the hit, you got the Kavase right behind it. Look, they like little brother and big brother.
Oh
Look,
my God.
look.
Let me get you some other joint, man. What else? God damn. What other stuff you got in here, Sam? Did you subscribe to the Ubuntu, man?
I will.
Yeah.
Oh, you can go down. Oh, you hold on. Go down some more. Go down some more. Go down some more.
Dollar Bill, you got another channel.
No, the Ubuntu, man. That's my
You can do the firework. Well, the firework one is a good one. The light show.
Which one?
Right there to your left. The light show. That's a good one.
Shorty Bang.
All right, y'all. Welcome to the Sub Police Academy.
Man, that's about $1,500 worth of fireworks.
I got. Wow. So I'm saving a few of these for tomorrow, and I'm finna go out here and blast a few now. Should I do the boom or should I do the pyro blast? Which one y'all think I should do? Let's do the pyro blast.
Yeah.
Make it bigger, Dollar Bill.
Take it, then I'm gonna drop two of them. I already got one outside waiting.
No, they legal in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
These certain stores are open up around the holidays, like little warehouses.
But I'll take that off. I don't want none to interfere. The flamethrower right here, this is the best lighter. Flamethrower shit. So let's take that outside. Grab me a bottle of water. Y'all want to spend some hustle small?
Hey, I'm like a camel, bro.
Got pickles, I got beer, kiwi fruit, smoothie, salad, carrots,
struggle refrigerator,
coconut water. See what's in the freezer.
Butter pecan.
Smoothie. Need that water right there.
Hey, see, I got that poke sausages right there.
Oh shit. You was all right till you messed around with that poke.
Nah, I gotta add the poke.
Take that one out.
You were doing all right, man. You had the greens, you had the smoothie. How the poke didn't go with it all that.
They already busting out here.
See, I got the fire extinguisher. I'm practicing safety.
It's going down, y'all. Start that over. Put my water down. There go my truck. I already moved my car. I'm gonna bring the other one down.
You don't blow the rod up in the house.
I know. I left the refrigerator open, just turned up for no reason.
See my kitchen? It ain't too dirty. I wash the dishes. Few dishes in there.
Yeah, you got
going down.
I think you got.
Yeah, that stunt. It's time for the rock to stunt now.
I have to marry the bone burglar.
No, bro.
And have her as the proxy wife.
No, man.
You're gonna have to get her one. Hopefully, you'll have your first kid will be masculine. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Damn.
Oh, what I'm talking about. Let me join the club, y'all. Y'all can see my neighborhood. Y'all see my whole front yard.
Man.
Look how much yard I got.
That's a lot of good space, man.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's on the other side where I want to put the deck at, the swim pool, the deck pool.
Yeah.
Hey, we weren't playing, man.
Crazy food in 4th of July in New York. Them girls be shooting guns.
Yeah. Oh yeah, people shooting their guns too when it got nighttime. The fireworks came out first.
That's the confusion.
Yeah, that's confusing. Yeah.
That was your one.
Fellas, I'm going to sleep, man. Take my ass to work early tomorrow. Get up at 5 o'clock. You guys, y'all self-employed Negro. Y'all can get up when you feel like. I got to get up at the crack of dawn and break of dawn.
Yeah, I'm at FedEx waiting for the trailer to I should go ahead and try to steal some shit, man, because I'm the only one here.
Yeah, you guys can do that. Prince P,
All right, y'all have a good night.
You guys take it easy. Have a good evening, man.
Y'all see the FedEx on here?
Yeah.
I'm the only one out here.
Oh man. I'm gonna take my ass to sleep so I can get up in the morning. Peace, my brothers in chicken grease.
Let me blow the horn for y'all.
All right. Thank you for joining the Collar Nation, man.